How's everybody doing? Um, welcome. So we have stream, and I'm going to go ahead and I got a little technical difficulty, so I got to send a link. I sent it by Yahoo, Robert. So let me see if you get that or not. Otherwise, I'm going to have to post it in the chat. But I hope everybody's doing well. Happy Friday. While I'm doing that, let me go ahead and get up our intro for you guys. So here we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Stream. I am your host, Eric, and hope everybody's doing well. So just real quick, just want to welcome the chat. So, hey, Ness, how are you? The Row Crew. And I know Andrew Weeble, yes, you were here first. So Pennywise is going to get you. But anyways, tonight we have Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I do have the tie. So I appreciate that. Definitely got a couple of things to cover. We're also going to go over our giveaway. So we have that as well. But before we get started, I got to bring on a member of the stream, a member of the Scream stream. So let me go ahead and get him pulled up here real quick. Hey, Robert.
Hey, how are you, Eric? How's everyone? Hello.
Good. How are you, bud?
Doing well. Looking forward to this. One of my favorites.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, how are you? KNL. Yeah, definitely. Just kind of going over preparation and stuff like that. There was a lot of things just kind of uncovering myself. When you talk about, horror movies, horror in general. If you look, obviously back in the days when you had zombies and the Wolfman and Dracula and Frankenstein, and you get into that. But as you dive into the 70s, you really start to turn the corner. We had a good buffet table of horror movies. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we had, like Alien, Exorcist, Omen, Halloween, Salem's Lot, Carrie, The Hills Have Eyes, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, Phantasm, Last House on the Left. We had Suspiria, Tales from the Crypt, I Spit on Your Grave, Eraserhead, Audrey Rose, Jaws, Don't Look Now, the Rocky Horror Picture Show. There was a good buffet of horror movies. Would you say that could have been? If we didn't have that decade of horror movies, would we even be here today? Obviously there's a lot of movies since then, but would we have gotten the 80s, the icons that we love so much, if it wasn't for these guys carrying the torch?
Correct. You definitely need these films because they are what inspired the directors that we have today. If not when they were young or starting off, they were influenced, or their mentors, if you will, were the directors of these original films. And of course, the film today was one that inspired many horror directors, contemporary horror directors that we know and love today, especially people like James Wan and all, with the Saw series. And of course, John Carpenter, all these others that were influenced by movies like this. So.
Yeah, obviously in the 60s, you had George Romero, starting off that genre. So how would you fit Texas Chainsaw into, is it a slasher? How would you look at Halloween? So you look at The Exorcist and The Omen and Carrie, different types of movies in this era. Would you say that Texas Chainsaw, earns that right as kicking off the slasher, or
Definitely one of the movies that kicked it off because of its grittiness and realistic look to it. Because since it was done on 16 millimeter film, that kind of look and that feel that you had really, I think, kicked off something about that really captured the grittiness of the 70s from that. Let's say this is coming right off of the time when the Vietnam War and the images of color in color are released on television. From the late 60s into the 70s, at that point, everyone had a TV in color. Most people had TVs in the house in color. Sorry. That is my bird going crazy. She never goes crazy at this time at night.
he heard the saw. He was talking about Texas Chainsaw, and he's getting a little spooked.
Yeah, let me cover her. I'll be right back. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So I'm just gonna real quick just go once again say hi to the chat. So Andrew Weeble. Sorry, just drinking my water there. Ness, Reckless Pops, Joey, how are you? Chris, K&L. So yeah, so one of the things that we're just kind of diving into is with the Saw, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Now, obviously, what that means to you guys, growing up and with dealing with horror movies, the chainsaw, has a feel for a lot of different people. It affected people a lot differently. I mean, I know and I understand when you look at what the Texas Chainsaw represents, with its gore, its gore, the grotesque, the cannibalism, the torture, all that in that regards. It is a film that obviously when people leave the cinema, they were going to be talking about, just like they had advertised. Now, the guy that actually did the narrating of that, I don't know if anybody knows or not, that was John Larroquette. And let me go ahead real quick and show you
Definitely
guys.
before.
So John Larroquette, he's gone on to do quite a bit of things in Hollywood, but a young John Larroquette did the narration of that. They wanted him to do it similar to like a Orson Welles type scenario, but they couldn't quite get that, So, but I mean, I still think it went pretty well. So definitely, like I got a couple of things to obviously go over. Hello, Christina Payne. How are you? Brandy, how you doing? Hope everybody's doing well. I do have a couple of things to kind of cover with this, but I wanted to kind of start it off with some interesting facts about the number 4 and 774. So let me go ahead real quick and see what I have, and I'll get your thoughts on that. Let me go down the list here. I put a lot of things on here, so let me pull this up. So, it's, did you know, okay? So did you know that Gunnar Hansen, Mr. Chainsaw himself, Gunnar Hansen, was born in 1947, okay? 1947. What year did the Texas Chainsaw come out? 1974. We also have it was directed by Tobe Hopper, and he had passed. Yeah, Tobe Hooper, and he had passed away, and he died at the age of 74. So you see some a little bit of common ground there. Born in 47, movie was in 74, died at the age of 74. I also looked up just kind of out of shits and giggles, but just playing around with 74 to see what I can come up with. But the only thing I really found was the word demon is actually used 74 times in the Bible. So I was just playing with numbers, but I was kind of just seeing ones I saw, who was born and when they passed and things like that. But I just thought it was kind of interesting how it kind of tied into the film a little bit. So, unfortunately, like I said, Gunnar Hansen, I mean, that guy was 6 foot tall, 300 pounds. He actually was not the first choice for the movie. They actually had the gentleman that they had chosen. However, he actually stayed in was in one of the hotels, and he locked himself in the hotel, and he became kind of like a drunk type, um, freaked out type scenario. But he had said that. Let me go ahead real quick. I did write some of this down. It was kind of interesting. So the guy was holed up and in a motel, and he wouldn't come out, and he said that he was quitting due to bad karma surrounding the film. So I mean, lo and behold, here comes Gunnar Hansen, who 6 foot 4, 300 pounds, obviously fit the build, and got the part. So, and obviously that's what we get today is Mr. Gunnar Hansen. So very cool with that. So real quick, just once again, just want to go to the chat, make sure everybody's doing well. All right. So, Robert, how are you? How have you been?
I'm doing well. Just again, just today was all about, since we were off today from work, so I was just focusing on this and just catching up on my notes that I had on Texas Chainsaw Massacre. In my film studies class, I do use this as one of the films that I used to teach when we're looking at films from the 70s. And this film, at the and its essence, looking at, if you have been on my channel, I taught people about, in one of my first videos, I taught people about the formula of film, which is comprised of four primary things, and that is the cinematography, basically the camera framing, the use of camera lenses, how the camera movements themselves, the editing, how it's juxtaposed, how one scene connects with the other, the sound, how something, obviously the soundtrack of the film, and also that includes the absence of sound, and of course what the French term that I always refer to, called mise en scène. Mise en scène is a French term, started in theater, means everything in the scene. Everything in a scene that reinforces the idea of the story. And the Texas Chainsaw Massacre does a great job at opening the film. The beginning of that movie does a good job at opening with all those four categories covered to get you to really feel for what this movie is going to be like. The uncomfortableness that you're going to have, being the twists, the turns, just everything from that opening shot of hearing the digging. This story being told there, whether you realize it or not, the grave robbing that we understand is happening, and then the flash and the corpses that we're seeing, that infamous sound effect that you guys hear. It's hard for me to repeat, but it's essentially the camera flash, and that kind of bulb that kind of, when it goes off, you see little things, and that the way it's edited, where the sound goes along with the images of close up of the body, and then just seeing that bulb really gets you to that, in that feel of just like, ooh, let's
Let me real quick, let me see if I can because I definitely like that sound. I mean, that was definitely one of the things that I needed to have on there when I was putting this on Instagram. And so let me just see if I can pull that up just for a second here, real quick.
Yeah, that sounds so. Again, I apologize before. My bird, of all the streams, my bird's never made that noise. I do have a parrot, so she probably got freaked out because of what we're talking about. But what I was saying then is that this movie really comes off of the success of color television. When you think about it, 60s, every household pretty much had a TV in it. By the late 60s, you get actual color TV. And then, obviously, by that point, we were in the midst of the Vietnam War. And the images from the Vietnam War really were starting to affect the psyche of American citizens watching and seeing the realism of war coming right into their households. I see the animals are freaking out today.
I know, Sky.
Ooh, there's an interesting. Let's see, what kind of omen is that?
I know. Now next it'll probably be my cat next. So,
Yeah, my cat.
um, real. Let's see if I can get this real quick. Um, let's see. Just because of the sound of it.
So just
Uh,
the sound itself there is meant to. It's piercing. It really is piercing, and it's
yeah.
supposed to be this kind of way that the filmmakers and the sound mixers, the composers, all try to get you to really feel that, because there's a lot of piercing happening in the film itself. So the sound being that you're sitting in that theater, people didn't know what they were getting into, and being that this was a story, and the hook was that this story was inspired by a true story. It didn't happen. One of the common misconceptions here is that this happened in Texas and all, but we'll get to Ed. We'll get to the who this is based off of. Andrew,
Yeah.
this is based off of Ed Gein, but
Yep.
we need some time to focus on that. But really, the impact that this movie has comes from the psychological effects of the Vietnam War one, and being that at the time, there were images of kids being napalm, villages that were being destroyed, soldiers dead. All of that really uh, hit home, literally, in American households. So we started shifting our change in viewing of certain, like what we were allowed, what we as Americans at the time considered something that we can stomach, was starting to really change at that time. Censorship really goes out. The strict enforcement of censorship really starts to fade out in the late 60s, and then we start getting the rating system that we have today, the rated R, rated PG, all that really
Well, they actually it's funny because he tried to make this a PG, film,
okay.
but they said they needed to reduce obviously the blood, but that didn't quite happen. And back then they didn't have PG-13, and I don't even know if that makes a PG-13 cut. But the interesting thing with this is when he was bringing the story about. It was looking to be a modern retelling of Hansel and Gretel. That basically Leatherface was pretty much like almost going to be like a troll under the bridge. And he came across, and correct me, like if I'm missing something or whatever the case may be, but this is something I kind of came across was that a doctor told of a story to him about studying cadavers. And he went into the morgue and basically had skinned a cadaver and obviously had the mask. In regards to like the story that came from that was something that was also a combination, on top of we talked about with Ed Gein and stuff. So I mean, those were things that kind of like created some influence into this movie. What do you have, for that? I mean, coming from something that you teach with this.
So one thing that I always like try to do at first is try to get people to understand, what you're watching is an actual narrative, and then when you have a narrative that's based off of true events, how you tell that story has to be kind of somewhat embellished or exaggerated or changed. So that's why a lot of people, when they hear that this story is based on a true story, they immediately think, "Oh my God, there was a cannibalistic family in Texas, and a chainsaw wielding killer in there," and that's not necessarily the case. You have to understand that movies and Hollywood itself has to has to make it more interesting, the story more interesting. The story could be interesting in itself, but now you got to really grasp an audience's attention for an hour and a half to 3 hours now. Films
Well, yeah, they gotta embellish it, a little bit. So
extrapolate the story as much as possible
yeah,
and make it interesting. And this film pretty much did that. And when most people, some people probably have heard this in earlier streams, but for those that don't know, just saying it's worth repeating that the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, The Silence of the Lambs, and the movie Psycho, the 1960 Alfred Hitchcock film Psycho, are all based on the same story. So that the killer that it's based off of is Ed Gein. That's him. There he is. And Ed Gein, if is this I guess this is an appropriate time to bring the story up of what his background was. I'm just going to give you there's a the abridged version, but there's obviously way much more to it. So this story actually happened in Wisconsin. So Ed Gein, came from a family of much to if you watch Bates Motel or Psycho. Robert Bloch, who wrote that original story, the book Psycho, actually lived, I believe, one county over as to where the original events happened with Ed Gein. And that's what inspired him to do the book. And then Hitchcock finds it, makes it whatever. But Ed Gein came from a family where he had a very abusive father, if I'm mistaken, and then father kind of goes out of the picture. And then he had a very overprotective mother, and a mother that was very strict, and very much so that the only woman in Ed Gein's life was supposed to be her. And so this really affected him in his childhood. He did have an older brother that was a little bit more normal. It was rumored that he actually ends up being found dead. They said that it was Ed Gein that killed him. But the mother eventually, died, raised him to a point where he was really fixated, had a very Oedipus complex. And for those who are aware of the Oedipus complex, he was in love with his mother. Mother was the only love of his life. And so, long story short, when she died, he basically closed off sections of his house to almost as if how his mother left it. Very similar to the film Psycho. He basically began grave robbing. He would go around to different cemeteries, dig up the fresh.
yes, Andrew. Sorry, because Andrew, I just wanted to make sure just real quick. He wanted to know that the movie in the house where the Texas Massacre was filmed, they actually moved the house. Yeah, we will get to that as well. But yeah, absolutely, definitely, Andrew.
Little restaurant now, if I'm not mistaken, a cafe or something.
Yes. Yep.
But anyway, the Ed Gein basically he really only killed two people, as Andrew stated. Allegedly, basically, it's the only two people that they know for a fact he killed. They think there were more, but mostly he would see what the fresh bodies that were recently buried or recently buried, and he would dig them up, and he would basically skin them. He would take the bones and shape them into furniture. He took the skin and made skin suits out of it. Essentially, he made lots of things that were crazy. He made a belt made out of vulvas, basically, female parts. He would make lampshades out of human skin, and basically, he did all these horrible, horrible things in Plainfield, Wisconsin. He was basically apprehended for killing two people, Bernice Warden and Mary Hoagie. And it was said that one of them was a bar. Basically, she was a bartender or something to that effect. And he allegedly, again, or he killed her, dragged her body out, and he basically cut her up. When he was finally caught, it was because he was Bernice Warden, I think. I could probably have the names mistaken, but Bernice Warden, she basically ran like this hardware store where they sold a lot of things. And she would write down what the customers were and would come in and, what they bought. So he was stalking her for a while. And essentially what he did was he brought his own bullet and he took a gun that they were selling and he shot this woman in the back of the head, if I'm not mistaken, dragged her body out. And her son, who had gone out hunting, came to the store, found the trail of blood, and thankfully, since she had wrote the name down of who she sold things to, they had suspected Ed Gein of doing something, but they saw the name. When the police department show up at his farmhouse, they couldn't get in, but they went into the garage, and to their horror, they found the body of, it was, if I'm not mistaken, Bernice Worden, who was basically carved out like a deer. She was hanging from her feet, decapitated and completely gutted out. They eventually get into the house and find her head. They find a heart. They found basically human body parts being cooked. So there was a lot of strange things that they have. Eventually, he's apprehended, and there's an urban myth that supposedly when captured, he was like, he begged the police and was like, "Guys, come on, have a heart, don't arrest me." So whether that's true or not is that, but Plainfield, Wisconsin, really came on that because of that, and they hated it. In fact, they torched the house to prevent any people from flocking to the town. They didn't want that reputation, Plainfield. But that's the long story short of it. There's much more to it. There's movies on Ed Gein. You can look up the stories. You can even look up the image of Bernice Worden. If you look it up and pull it up, it's graphic, but the images are all over.
I also wanted. Was it? Hold on. What I also wanted to pull up was getting into the subject of the chainsaw. Now, obviously, Ed Gein, wasn't based on the chainsaw. I wanted to see if you knew where Tobe, came from, the aspect of the chainsaw, where that kind of came from. Now, what I had heard was he was in like a hardware store. He was obviously trying to write and trying to look at this reimagining of Hansel and Gretel, and was in a hardware store, and there was like people, lying, and he was kind of impatient, and he thought to himself like, wow, if I could get something to get all these people out of here, like, oh, a chainsaw, like if I started up a chainsaw right now, everybody would kind of like run, you know what I mean? Now that's something that I had heard or read about. Anything that in regards to that?
No, I know that another thing was they wanted to do something a little different in terms of a weapon to use. But yes, you're right in terms of that inspiration of seeing the hardware store. But they definitely wanted something different, a tool that would stick out. Obviously, this is way before Freddy and from Nightmare on Elm Street, and before pretty much all of them, before Friday, Jason from Friday the 13th, and before Michael Myers, which comes out 4 years later with Halloween in '78.
Well, you did have with The Hills Have Eyes, that came out, and The Last House on the Left. Those were two that came out beforehand. I don't know how much of an influence those created a little bit, but so I wanted to play this real quick, and then I wanted to ask you a question on this. It's just something I just pulled up here real quick.
I'll get you, baby. Kill her! Get in there, devil! Right, knock you in that seat. It smells.
As they're going into haunted houses, obviously you get scares, you get these jump scares. and constantly looking around. Forget Roman. All right. So the thing is the chainsaw. Now in this movie, they actually used a real chainsaw. They took the teeth out. They did run into a scenario where in the movie, Gunnar Hansen Leatherface is running at nighttime, chasing after somebody, a victim. When they were filming that, he actually slipped and the chainsaw went up and he covered his head. And, he's like, I don't know what's going to happen. And it landed, not too far from him.
Yeah.
And there was a couple of times, especially like at the end of the film, he's waving it around, and the chainsaw would get close to a couple of people, obviously in the movie, but they did create the real effect, with that chainsaw. So what are we looking at there with the dynamic of that? I mean, because obviously you have this guy in a mask already, he's coming at you, but all of a sudden you don't see him, but you hear that noise. You hear that chainsaw. Hey, McDorks, how are you guys?
You get that same feeling that, okay, this is a year later. Obviously, Jaws comes out a year after this movie, but the same effect that you get with that famous sound effect of Donna with Bruce the Shark from Jaws, you essentially get the same thing here with Leatherface. That's why I said it's important with film form that sound portion isn't just the music, it's the sound effects too. The sound of that chainsaw starting up, and then obviously the wielding of that chainsaw really gets that mood of like, oh my god, you feel what Sally Hardesty's the character Sally Hardesty is feeling when she's running away from that. So when you're an audience member in 1974 when this movie comes out, you really are in for a surprise because it's a film that's different. When you watch this movie, you get that feeling of what it must, almost to an extent, the anticipation of what it's going to feel like to be cut up by a chainsaw. So everyone, when you cringe or when you hear that piercing sound effect, or you hear that, you almost want to run out of your seat too. And that actually did happen. People did run out of the theaters basically very sick and uncomfortable with what they were seeing. So it goes to show you the effects that had.
Wait, hold that. Hold on. I got to take care of something real quick. Let me get this all taken care of. Get back in there. I told you. What is you?
God, I think he's hanging out with Ross too much.
Yeah, it's like I said, you these people, they get escape, and I have to take care of things. You know what I mean? So, but
yeah,
everybody need an eye? Anybody? Pretty good.
That's excellent.
But I mean, when you look at the chainsaw, the Saw's family, it creates, that, I mean, like, I know sitting down watching it, and you already know, okay, whether it's a girl being chased, a guy, whatever the case may be, that once that goes on, you're just like, oh shit, like, like, here it goes, and it's obviously there's so many parts in the movies, where the chainsaw, gets people in certain areas, genitalia, things like that. And, just that whole that whole process to me is what makes it really scary. I'm not sure, I mean, obviously you take the saw away. I'm not sure if Leatherface is entirely scary, in that sense. I mean, I what they do is scary, the whole house and in that environment, being stuck in that environment. But what I wanted to kind of check with you on is you look at the females in the movie, and obviously, they were terrified. They were, tortured. Everything was going in that direction of, like they couldn't take care of stuff. But in today's society, we do have some heroines, some women that are some badass take care of women. So I wanted to run through a couple of them. I wanted to get your opinion on if they were placed in this scenario, if they were placed with Leatherface, do they handle it? Would they come out, in this situation on top? So let me go ahead and chat. And if you have anybody else in mind, hey, more power to you. But let me go ahead real quick and show you a little run through here. And, we'll just kind of, let's go here. So first up, obviously we have Miss Sarah Connor. So obviously, you're dealing with the Terminator. She's, pretty badass in her right in the movies and stuff like that. If she's in this van, if she comes in this situation, do you think she can handle it pretty good, or do you think she's going to end up?
No, she could definitely handle her own, especially with, if we're talking especially after the events of the Terminator, the original, you definitely can bet that Sarah Connor is definitely going to fight back and kick some cannibalistic ass, right?
Okay. So, and what about someone else who's obviously dealt with monsters, who's been a badass in her own right? Let's go ahead and so Ripley, obviously dealing with a monster in itself with the alien. Now, obviously, she utilized what was on the ship, to her advantage points. Do you think, looking at Ripley now being in a different surrounding scenario, that ship kind of made her, that situation made her, step up? Do we see the same thing with Ripley?
I think, yeah, you do definitely see the same thing with her as well. But I see also, you look at those two characters, when we're first introduced to them, they are, when you're first introduced to them, they are essentially innocent characters that lose their innocence throughout the story. That's weird. I'm getting a call from a video chat from Mitch. I don't know if he knows we're on here. I don't know if Mitch, you're in either you accidentally called me or something. But yeah, so you get the I think that Ripley can handle her own. You'll see all these characters become stronger by the end of their times that they're tortured. I mean, just any character, Laurie Strode, Nancy, from.
So let's take someone who has a little bit of background, but maybe has some fear instilled in her, and maybe in this situation might end up getting the best of her. I'm not sure, but what about Clarice? Obviously she dealt with a madman in a sense, but in this environment, in this scenario, does she have what it takes?
I can see her struggling. I don't know. With her, I'm not just necessarily sure she'd be able to make it. I mean, I know that she's, she has dealt with a couple things in the films, but I'm not sure if she's able to deal with it the same way that, let's say, Sally did, or Ripley would if she was in that scenario, or Sarah Connor would in that scenario.
So what about?
I don't know if she'll make it. I would say Clarice. I don't think so.
Okay, and I was kind of going in that direction too. What about Agent Smith?
You know what? I can see her fighting back, but I feel like she might get a little too cocky, and then get caught off guard. She's probably able to hold her own for a while, but then get a little cocky and then get caught off guard by it.
Now, someone who has a little bit of background in say some martial arts.
Oh, good luck, Leatherface.
You think if you take away the chainsaw, I mean, I think she might very well be able to take, unless she's caught off guard, in that sense. But I think maybe in this situation she could come out, on top. And then the other one that I was kind of looking at is because you're looking at the video game genre, you're looking at dealing with monsters and things like that. But you look at from Resident Evil. Jill Valentine. So you when you put, I mean, you obviously have heroines, and obviously when they're in movies like this, they're portrayed. Um, when you're looking at these situations, like I said, Ripley was just, in space. She was not to be what she was to be as far as how she ended up in the film. But everything, basically determined how she ended up. She obviously evolved, from the situation. So I mean, that's kind of what I look at is there. I wanted to see if that film was in a different environment. It had different role, with the women. And you look at today, because we have a lot of great women in today's society. The heroines, obviously someone like Captain Marvel or Black Widow or whatever. But I wanted to just kind of see like some of those movie women that have gone up against some other forms of horrors, how they would match up, with Leatherface.
Keep in mind that another formula for these horror films was obviously the way that they portrayed women. We let's forget for a minute the way that movies can be today, especially the new formula and the new, take on horror films, that it's not always the virgin that lives in the end. But these movies in the beginning, especially the beginning of the rise out of the 60s, 70s, and 80s and into the 90s horror films, that was the mentality that the virgin lives in the end. And we understand the mindset or whatever is that when a person loses their virginity, they lose their innocence. And essentially, we in society look at that as a sexual thing, but in the horror genre, it's more of a torturous thing that we see. Our character, who is the virgin, loses their innocence because of the constant torture, whether it be by means of a butcher knife, a hammer, a chainsaw, a gloved, a knives as a glove, like Freddy's thing, a machete, whatever. All of that, are a hatchet, are used to kind of as tools that are very phallic.
But now, but the thing is, when you talk about that, like with the virgin and stuff, so a lot of these movies deal with teenagers, and they deal with the partying scene and things like that. So, basically that's kind of setting up where there's at least one girl who's, waiting, not gonna, go the extra mile and this and that. So, it always plays that role of, the virgin, and then everybody else is partying. So those are the ones that usually get, killed. Um, you know, does so with this movie here, do they start looking at that formula? Like when does that formula really start to play out? Or I mean, because you're dealing with somebody that, they want to eat, they're cannibals, they're psychotic, they just, ever since from the beginning when the hitchhiker gets in, it's just all these things that take place. Does the virgin part of it, play in? Is that something that they're also looking at from a movie, directing standpoint?
So you really get the sense of the other characters that they're obviously little couples that are running out and having sex or looking to do things out in the farm or the area that they're at. And she's more caring after her brother. She's like the caring, taking care of her invalid brother in the Franklin, who's in the wheelchair. So she's the character that you almost root for, like, well, she's doing everything she can to help. We don't want to see anything happen to her. So there's that mentality in this. It's not necessarily as blunt as some of these other films are, but it does eventually, by the end of at least in the beginning, by the end of the film, then they're really like, they're giving into that. But there's one point I want to make about Leatherface in this film that I think a lot of people miss. And that's that Leatherface isn't necessarily this, and it's going to sound a little probably crazy and like, what are you talking about? Pay attention to that. If you ever get a chance to rewatch it, pay attention to Leatherface, the character. Gunnar Henson played him when he studied a lot of special needs, especially kids, and he studied their mannerisms and what they did. Leatherface is more like a child. He's really like Lenny from Of Mice and Men. Brutish, doesn't really have a high IQ, has a very low IQ, but he's essentially protecting the house. When he first does the first kill, right? And he is, I think it was Kirk, the character. I could be wrong, but when he first, it's basically he's killing these intruders, and the more that they come looking for one another, the more he kills them, he's just at one point goes crazy when he walks into the living room. Pay attention to that scene because he sits down right after that, and he's like, "Where the hell are all these people coming from?" And he's looking out the
Yeah,
window. He's
yeah,
just this curious little like kid that's just with brute force protecting his home. And a lot of people think, oh, well, he's evil. He's a character. I'm not saying he's not evil, but I'm saying that a lot of people don't realize that he is just a victim of circumstance to an extent. He was abused. You can definitely tell he was abused by the hitchhiker and
well,
the cook.
he has a fondness for certain things, like the Walkman, like in one of the movies where the guy takes the Walkman off and he throws it in the oven, and he grabs his hand and makes him get in and get it. It's like, you know I want to play, and it's like, in some ways it's like, okay, like this chainsaw is like a toy to him, but he doesn't, so there's a lot of that's building in. I don't know if if it's where he enjoys what he's doing, or if it's just something where, okay, like you said, somebody's in my house, I'm defending the house, and then it's a continuation. We look at it from one side of, these guys, instead of saying get out of the house, it's, no, I'm going to slaughter you, and then I'm going to ask questions, but they do lead into, obviously, the cannibalism, aspect of it, feeding grandpa, and protecting the family, things of that nature. The torture, the guy, the hitchhiker guy, and that's the thing. So one of the facts that I found on the guy that played the hitchhiker, um, it was, he actually really enjoyed his role. When they had when the theater was showing the movie,
Mhm.
he would go into the theater in the local town, and he would sit in there, and then when his scene would come up, he would like tap people on the shoulder, and like, and all of a sudden they'd realize it's him that's on the screen, and then they'd be screaming and stuff. So the theater actually eventually had to say, dude, like, no, you can't do this, you know what I mean? So I mean, definitely, you get people that get into the role, for that. Now this was a $60,000 budget, and eventually, got financed to about maybe 200,000, to complete everything, get things going. But it made, about 12, 12 and a half mil. It became, very successful in that sense financially. So what are we looking at here in the 70s with this type of film coming out as a draw to people? Is it the shock? Is it the, like, oh, you've got to go see this, like, like, I mean, is it the curious? What are we looking at here from, I mean, because it's a different type of horror movie. When you look at and like I said, in the 70s, when we talked about some of these films, now obviously totally different from Exorcist, and you're looking at, The Last House on the Left, is one that came out, and then you also have, The Hills Have Eyes. So those are movies that were kind of out before that. So what are we seeing here from an audience standpoint?
I think you get the whole the marketing of it as this story that what I believe it was the expressions when the trailers came out. It was like what happened in this movie is true. Now the motion picture, something like it's not just a story. It's basically based on true events, and the whole thing of who will survive and what will be left of them. I think you get that kind of topic, and then when it comes out and there was a lot of controversy over it with people throwing up in the theaters, running out of the theaters, leaving mid-screen. I think it built up hype for people to see what is this thing everyone's talking about, or what is this movie. And again, also what I was mentioning earlier, the effects of the Vietnam War, psychological effects that it had, seeing it. What basically, if you look at the footage of Vietnam, well, that was done on homemade camera. So 16 millimeter film wasn't that different, didn't look that different from the way the movie looks. So you had that kind of already familiarity. I can't speak today. That familiar feel, of watching TV to seeing something in the theater that looked very much similar to what you were seeing on TV. You know, those horrors and what people went through, and especially even after when the Vietnam War eventually comes to an end, that feel of that PTSD that sets in, the horrors that these soldiers saw, and then what some of them, the stories that they would bring back. You know, don't think for once that none of that also had an influence. Did not have an influence on this.
So here's I'm going to get into something else too that I want you to kind of touch on. But first, okay, I just want to kind of go over, just like it was kind of hard. I was looking for different types of like, the kill scenes. When you research that, it comes up differently with Texas Chainsaw than some of the other films. Normally they go kind of right to it. It kind of was sporadic a little bit. So what I did was I just kind of took a little bit of the clips. So let me go ahead and show that real quick. So obviously, a little bit of bits and pieces from the movie. Now, the other thing was kind of interesting in the movie, how you get to like the shock value of certain things. Like obviously they're chasing the girl at the end. The truck comes, and it almost kind of looks like almost that same stretch of highway at Pet Cemetery, but they, and then obviously the guy gets, hit by the truck, and then the guy, gets out and he's all like, oh shit, what the hell, like, and he starts running, the chainsaw and everything like that.
But real quick, something don't people don't know about that. Everyone always asks, whatever happened to that guy that took off running? That's if you watch the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the one that not the most recent, but you had a picture of it. It's supposed to be like the sequel or what of it. It's the 3D, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3D. If you watch that, the beginning of that film picks up right where the original leaves off. And when they cut to Leatherface, you don't really notice it, but the next time you watch that movie, you'll see that he actually supposedly got that guy, and you see his body on the table. It doesn't, like, there's no mention of it, no nothing. It's just, it's subtle. But if you look at it, everyone always wonder what happened to the truck driver at the end. He goes running after he hits him with the, I think, the wrench.
Yeah.
But if you look at that film, supposedly, you see he was a really heavy set guy. So you'll see like a heavy set body that he is cutting up at the beginning of the 3D film. Next time you watch it, look very closely. It's supposedly that was like an Easter egg thrown in to answer that question ever so long.
Well, yeah, because I mean, a lot of times you hear like in the movies, they're always like, they always make jokes and they always say, "Oh, well, the black guy is always the first one to go," and but here, in this, the guy, at the end, he does get away, in that sense, or you at least see that part of it. Yeah, so I mean, it's obviously a wondering, okay, what happened? Like, did somebody else find him, or what the case may be? But the one thing I wanted to touch on a little bit is the masks. So let me go ahead and show this real quick here. So as you can see, we have some different variations of the masks throughout the movies. And obviously he had three basic type of masks, like one that he would sit down at the table. He had a basic one, and then I believe there was one with makeup and the grandma, that he kind of went through. And the mask has evolved, over the years. I mean, obviously he uses the masks from, the body parts.
That's my favorite one right there. I like
but
that.
that's
2003.
yeah. I mean, and that's so. What are we doing here? I mean, you have somebody that, I mean, it kind of comes back a little bit later on with The Walking Dead. Like right now they're fighting Alpha and Beta, and they actually wear masks, the dead, to walk around in. So what's going on with that? Like, why? Because they obviously, take care of the people. They're skinning them, like what is going on with the fixation of putting on the mask?
It's all about the change of different personalities and identity. You can imagine that Leatherface was abused. You can imagine he was abused. He didn't know his real identity. He was innocent. He had that child innocence that Ness is referring to, but also that curiosity of what it's like to be someone different than your own. You can imagine that he probably now there's different lore on it, from skin disease to a face condition to disfiguration or mutilation of his face, but he basically hides behind that or deformity. He hides behind that behind those masks that he makes. He takes parts. It's essentially taking different people and putting on this facade on the outside, and this outside is supposed to be intimidating as well. Obviously intimidating to the victims as he's chasing them, especially in a remake when he's chasing this girl with her boyfriend's face. So you got that intimidation factor. You got the multiple personality disorder,
Uh-huh.
different personalities that you get that he wants, and also there's hints, especially by the fourth film, The Next Generation, the one with Matthew McConaughey, the transgender identity, gender identity. He wears that. There's few different masks that he wears in this film. You see him eventually go from the original one that we see, and then eventually he switches it to like a grandma one at the dinner table, and then the woman when he's chasing her at the end, he gets to change the face and change who he wants to be in a sense. So as
Now,
again,
okay, but do you think with Leatherface, with his personality, and the things that he would go through, obviously not being a normal person, do you think he cares about, what being somebody else or putting on a mask and having the ability to be somebody else, like what's going on through his thoughts of like, is he looking at this differently than what we would look at, from his standpoint? I mean, is it like, playing dress up, when you're with dolls and you're basically, or just that role play, where you're wearing costumes and you're being somebody obviously a little bit different. What's going on with him? Like, does he have that feeling of like, oh, I'm pretty, I'm so pretty, like that feeling?
as you mentioned it, playing dress up, playing different parts. As when you look at kids, that if you look at a child that's playing and pretending to be their favorite character or pretending to be somebody else, I think you get that same thing with him. Again, talking about the original Leatherface from the original film, you have that child innocence in that he's just curious and he's just whatever the situation that's going on, he finds something that suits and personality that suits the current status of what he's dealing with. When he is in the dinner scene and he dresses like a grandma, that's basically what you would think it would be like. He has a personality, he's very nice. He's not that who we're introduced to earlier on in that film. All right, or the younger woman face that he wears when he's chasing her in the end with the lipstick and all and the blue mascara.
So, okay, so they mentioned Slipknot. So, what do you look at today like in society for somebody like that, a band who says, okay, are they pulling inspiration from this type of source? Why would a band, do something like that? Is it just a gimmick? Is it just, something, that we as, our persona, I mean, what goes on with, say, somebody that isn't portrayed in the movies as a, psycho killer?
Are you talking about like how why bands use that?
Like Slipknot, yeah.
Yeah, I think also because of the with pop culture being so influential, and when they're inspired too by the same things that we know and love, and they add that as part of kind of their gimmick to really get people to buy into whatever the message in the music is, or just using it to for their their campaigning for their shows. So they're marketing for their shows. So
Yeah.
having the different everything, uh, all the bands that have the crazy costumes or the crazy masks all come from being doing something different, or mostly talking about identity. I mean, what is the main question everyone asks there? What is the answer to life, right? Who are we on this big vast void, or what was our purpose here? I think identity is very important in these films. Who we are, what we do. Trying to identify why someone does something too is very interesting, and I think that's why bands play on that. They want to know, well, what is this game? I know the band Guar does, their gimmick
Or
is shooting stuff at people into the crowd. It's just something to being different, uh, having some sort of thing that sticks out at concerts really adds to
yeah,
the
people will remember.
hype of
It's like, yeah. I mean, you go to a concert, you're not just remembering the song, you're remembering the performance.
yeah.
Things that they do. From that. So, all right. Well, what I wanted to do too is I just have something I wanted to show you guys. So let me go ahead and cue this up for you, real quick. So I was able to order some pops from Spastic, and today they sent me two pops, but one of them ended up being I reached out to Curtis, and he's gonna basically I had to order something else because one of the things that I ordered didn't get sent to me. There was some kind of a mix up, but he took care of me 100%. But however, the one pop that I did want did arrive, and I was excited about that. But so I was just going to show this to you real quick, since obviously a horror stream. So I got my
Oh,
Jason's
that's
Voorhees. So excited about that.
nice.
But
Yeah.
I was able to, I pulled a Hot Topic Eeyore chase, and and obviously Disney. I like Disney, but it didn't really fit in my collection, and so I had somebody reach out to me, and we worked out a trade, and we got everything all squared away, and this arrived, yesterday, and so I was really excited to go ahead and unveil.
Oh, that is excellent. Awesome.
So I have
Perfect.
the
Pretty
Pretty
Woman
Woman Leatherface chase. So obviously, we got the makeup there. So what's going on? I mean, it's one thing to wear the face, um, but to make it, with the makeup and all that. There is it. I mean, what are we doing here with Leatherface? I mean, you're taking somebody that's supposed to be terrifying. I mean, part of it is like, okay, look, how can I not stop and laugh? Like you're wearing a mask with, makeup on. You know what I mean? So here's a guy that's supposed to be terrifying, but at the same time, there's a soft side. You know what I mean?
correct.
So what is with that in the makeup? Like what are we kind of message are we sending there?
If you
I
notice
love this.
in the story, there isn't really a woman figure. Yes, you get the grandma in the attic, but one can assume that that absence of, I guess, a female figure in his family, he almost embodies that. It's a personality that he creates to kind of keep her alive and existing, or a woman in that case. It doesn't have to be his mom, but if I mean the famous twist at the end of Psycho is that we find out that Norman Bates has these mommy issues and he's embodying her long after she's gone. I think you get the same thing with Leatherface. It's subtle. You basically see a side of Leatherface that has that curiosity of what it's like to be a woman, and also to the changing and becoming maybe the embodiment of something that he's missing from his life. So I think is definitely family issues that has, and also perhaps the absence of the true love that he probably longs for. Maybe he just wants to be loved in this case, because all he has is his brother, or the cook, who's said to be his brother slash possible father. So it's that we understand that there was probably inbreeding as well in the family. So,
And now the cook, he didn't really want to take part so much in the killing. He did because he kind of had to in a sense, but he did, provide in other ways. But it was basically, the other guys that took care of things in regards.
Jim Sidow, if I'm saying the name right, he was like the known actor. Most of these actors were unknown in the film, and they were brought from the drama department. I believe it was at the University of Austin in Texas that Toby Hooper grabbed just to keep the budget down. But Jim Sidow was like the name, the same way that Donald Pleasance was like the name for Halloween for Dr. Loomis.
Yeah.
You have this actor who portrays the cook, as they refer to him as, or Drayton Sawyer. We find out this is what his name is later. That's mostly an enabler. A lot of people think, well, he's the one that doesn't participate, but no, he's the type. He's almost like even crazier than the others, because he's got that where Leatherface hides behind the mask. He hides behind the false true face that he has. He may seem like he's all innocent and and in the normal one, he really isn't. He's the one he kind of gets a kick and a thrill out of the torturing of all of this. He claims that he doesn't, but he does. And it's almost like those are the people that are even more evil when you think about it. People that like to think that, like, oh, I don't take part of this, but in reality, we know that they've done much more things, or allow, it's what does it say? That true evil is when good people do nothing, or something to that effect. Him allowing all of this to take place makes it even harder. And of course, just look at the hitchhiker. The hitchhiker's just crazy.
Oh yeah.
You have definitely have the also idea that in that time period, people that had special needs, that was we think we're talking about a time where people didn't necessarily talk about that. It was, if you had a family member, you had people that were almost like kind of a big secret. So in this film, you see these characters almost come to embrace one another, and they worked at a slaughterhouse. You kind of get some backstory as the hitchhiker's kind of talking about where he's from, or where the grandfather, I think, or the uncle or something to that effect, of Franklin and Sally Hardesty's worked in one of the slaughterhouses to that effect. So you get a lot of that, that you do have elements of family, but also elements of how family can influence you growing up, and good and bad. Nice.
Well, let's I know you got some quizzes prepared, so let's go ahead and get your first one pulled up, and we'll get that going. And then I wanted to touch on a couple other things, but like I said, just remember, if you run from me, I will pursue. That's exactly what Leatherface. I have a couple of questions I want to get your insight on, but I'm going to wait until after the quiz. But once again, enjoy adding this to the home, so he will fit very nicely with the other pops. And I'm interested to see Ness. Awesome. Ness has one. Ness has a custom Leatherface as well. So, all right. So let me go ahead and get this.
Post the link in the chat. Just trying to pull the chat up now.
So, I guess a lot of people. I mean, I guess we won't do the audio this time, right?
Yeah, mine isn't. The funny thing is, the way I play it, it just so happens it doesn't play the audio. So it ends up working out to an extent. So,
okay.
Here's the quiz, guys, and you can share the screen if you'd like. This is a Texas Chainsaw Massacre original. The original 15-question quiz. How many of you paid attention to the movie and how many of you are able to do your best on this.
And just have fun with it. I mean, that's the biggest thing is we're all here just to have fun. Thanks for supporting. We appreciate you guys being here. We know not everybody is a huge horror fan, and we get that. And each week, we're always going to dive into certain films, certain topics. But we definitely appreciate you guys being here. Quick Draw, kind of mainstream, Zombies Garage, Christina Payne, Ness, Andrew Weeble, Joey, Reckless Pops. Just kind of going through that a little bit.
Mainstream, we'll get to the remake afterwards. The next quiz is just on the remake. But that's the 2003 remake I'm referring to.
Yeah, and so I mean, like Christina Payne, she's not a huge horror fan, and there's nothing wrong with that. But she is a huge supporter fan, where she supports a lot of channels. So there's some people, like I said, are not as much into horror, and that's fine. But so kind of mainstream, saw the Jessica Biel one. Yeah, and right after we'll kind of get into that as well a little bit too, kind of. So just do the best you guys can. I mean, that's the way I look at it. I mean, it's kind of like with anime. Whenever I have to do an anime quiz, I don't know a whole lot about anime, but I just kind of guess, and take a shot at it. So, yeah, go ahead.
Where just ask people jump in. The code is 125456. Almost, it was very close to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And another fact of the movie, in the dinner scene where grandpa's there and they have the girl at dinner. He did not want to go into putting on makeup for another 10 hours.
Yeah, so he was an 18-year-old. It was like an 18-year-old kid that ends up putting all that grandpa.
Well, the actor pretty much said, "I'm not doing it." So they ended up spending 27 straight hours to make the film that scene that took place in there. So, which is like, okay, so you're not going to put on the makeup and do this and this again, but at the same time, like, you're still taking a lengthy period of time to get the scene taken care of.
You got to imagine that this set, it was shot in Texas. It's hot.
Yeah, it's like 100, 115, 120. I mean,
the room that they used for that scene or the house itself, the way that it was decorated, and then the live chicken that they had in the cage and all that, the feathers, the bones, all the the mess that was in that house, all that with the heat and what they had around added to a putrid smell that the cast will constantly tell you would go out. Some of the people.
The other thing,
vomiting.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, that smell. And the other thing is not only that, but Leatherface himself. A lot of the cast, when it came time to like sit down and eat dinner or whatever, they didn't want to be near him because he stunk the most. Like, I mean, that was one of the things was he kind of was on his own. They didn't want to go anywhere near him. But yeah, I mean, you got 115 degrees, you're in Texas, I mean, you got a lot going on.
You can see the sweat on these people, the almost the real torture that they were all going through while they were even just filming that movie. Dinner scene, especially, you have the characters eating, which is what I assumed they were eating. Also was the head cheese that's referred to. And head cheese was actually supposed to be the alternate title to the film for some people that don't know.
Nice.
Like the brains of the cow or something like that they would use to create this like meat or this cheese. It's gross. But anyway, you'll see that Marilyn Burns, who plays Sally Hardesty, I believe they actually cut her finger at one point.
He did. The Leatherface actor he got upset because the way things were set up, it wasn't cutting properly into the tape or whatever the case may be. He did actually really cut her finger, for that. He got frustrated. He wanted to end the movie. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things back then. Like I said, you're on a $60,000 budget. you're not making a lot of money. The actors, you got the heat. You're dealing with a lot of different times making film than you do today, obviously. But definitely, a lot of blood that they used. Um,
But
but
for a film, a horror film, when you really look at that movie, there isn't as much blood in this
no,
movie. That's the other
no,
thing that most people don't realize is there is blood, but there's not as much blood as you would think. And it's interesting that today we're so like numb to the amount of blood that is used in a film. It's almost
well,
the way that these torture scenes happen today. It's like you're
you,
desensitized to it. But back then, that movie that to this day still holds up because of its psychological torture more than the blood torture that we see.
well, when he goes to put her on the hook, I mean, you don't actually really see her get impaled. You think you do, but like, I mean, there's the way they did that. I mean, it's the whole shock value. Obviously the guy getting whacked with the hammer, and then his feet kind of wailing, on the floor. I mean, so there's a lot of that gore shock, like, that you're seeing. Yeah, not necessarily your bloody gore as they do get into later on down the road, with meat grinders and things like that. But for that particular film, it was not a necessarily blood fest, but it still impacted horror today. So let's go ahead and run that.
Jump in. You have to jump in too.
I'm actually well. I'm gonna let me do the second one because I put some food in there for the boys.
Oh,
So
okay.
I just need to pull that out. So I'm just gonna kind of take
Does
that
someone
time.
want to fix their name there?
Yeah, because like I have my my apron on.
It's funny
And
because I had to say, hold on. I'll be right back.
so we have, just so you guys know, on the menu tonight, we have some fried spiders, some spicy bat wings, some witch's brew, and a scary skull surprise. So beware for those who enter at the Crossbones Inn. So, but yes, I have, as you can see, I'm working very hard with my getting blood all over my hands, and it's a mess. But I must feed the kids, and so that's what I have to do in the kitchen. And you know, like I said, plus two these eyes, they're not bad at all. So you know, but the Texas Chainsaw, um, definitely a lot of movies over the years, some sequels, remakes, some spawns, um, some spoofs. So there's a lot to go into with the Texas Chainsaw and where he might stand amongst the horror genre. As far as where we would put him. Where are you going to put him with Jason Voorhees, Michael Myers. So that's something we're going to kind of get into as well. So Andrew says that he would rather like the inner thigh or some gluteus maximus fried with ketchup, please. Very nice. Maybe with a little bit of marshmallows on the side. Um, but all right.
Yeah, there.
So you got your all right.
And my meat.
Nice. Well, like I said, I am busy with the blood, in the kitchen. So we'll go ahead and run the quiz. We'll get that started, and then I'll be right back.
All right, guys.
So you started on your end, correct?
You got it. We're starting right now.
All
In
right.
5, 4, 3, 2, quiz. Good luck, everybody. Remember, 1974 original film. cutting people up and eating them here. I figure do something a little different with what you hear.
Some may wonder how Harvest.com. Indictment is only one of a series being handed down as a special grand jury investigation. Grave robbing in Texas is this hour's top news story. An informant led officers of the Muerto County Sheriff's Department to a cemetery just outside the small rural Texas community of Butte early this morning. Officers there discovered what appeared to be a grisly work of art, the remains of a badly decomposed.
Are you able to put the link into the chat?
Yeah, I put it earlier.
Because
Does the music here come out well?
I hear it on my end, yeah. But let's see, because Andrew's saying when you do quizzes, if you put the link to the quiz in the chat, you don't have to enter the code. It's easier for him to get to. I don't know, but either I just want to make sure that it's available for people in the chat.
The code is at the top of the thing. 125456.
Hour's top news story. An informant led officers of the Muerto County Sheriff's Department to a cemetery just outside the small rural Texas community of Butte early this morning. Officers there discovered what appeared to be a grisly work of art, the remains of a badly decomposed. Indictment is only one of a series being handed down as a special grand jury investigation. Grave robbing in Texas is this hour's top news story. An informant led officers of the Muerto County Sheriff's Department to a cemetery just outside the small rural Texas community of Butte early this morning. Officers there discovered what appeared to be a grisly work of art, the remains of a badly decomposed.
Blaming the music, huh?
Kind of mainstream. No problem. Guess, bud. That's it. Sometimes you got to do it. Yeah, Dallas. Agree. Yep. I'll protect you, Christina. Hey, Tats. How are you, bud? How's it going, Tats? We're just doing a quiz. Actually, kind of mainstream. Nessa's pretty solid on her horror. I mean, so she knows a lot. So as this is going on, what I wanted to kind of touch on was, in the horror history, where does Leatherface stand? I mean, you look at, maybe not a high kill count, but I mean, because he's one of the earlier OGs, everybody obviously talks about Freddy and Jason and Michael a lot, but Leatherface, was before them. How do you see him as in that horror icon, that echelon, as far as that ladder?
Definitely one. If there was a Mount Rushmore of horror villains, Leatherface is definitely up on there. I mean, I think it gets down to very simply Michael Myers, Freddy Krueger, Jason Voorhees, and Leatherface. Hook in that story was just like, look what you did to the goddamn door, you freaking idiot!
Now, when you look at, like I said, well, after this quiz, we'll see how everybody did, and we'll go through the questions and stuff, and then we'll kind of touch a little bit on the remake, in regards. So Dallas says Michael Myers, Leatherface, Freddy Krueger, Jason Voorhees, and Chucky. Now, I mean, Leatherface obviously did come out before, Halloween, and Halloween had a different type of scare feel to it that a lot of people talk about, with horror history. And, and I don't know, if you look at what Leatherface has done, compared to Michael Myers, I mean, you have totally two different, scenarios. And then, and obviously in October, we'll get into Michael Myers. But, with Leatherface, is he killing to kill? Is he killing to enjoy? Is he killing to protect? Is he killing and not really
family?
Not really knowing that he's killing. I mean, does Leatherface, obviously when he goes after his victims, he's not showing, is he showing the emotion? I know there's during one of the movies, the girl's in the chair and he's approaching her and she says, that she's his cousin. And he kind of has that moment of like, wait a minute, like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? Like, so, I mean, you see some of those sides, Leatherface, that you probably wouldn't see with, say, well, I mean, you kind of seen it with Jason a little bit.
Hold on, let me end the game real quick.
All right.
And in first, we have Dallas, I assume, is the unsafe name. Ness in second, and Dibs on the chase in third. Let's see, what was the toughest question for you?
Dibs on the chase.
Let's do this in character. In what year was the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Guys, I said it at the beginning of the quiz. You guys weren't paying attention. Your head cheese. Your brains are like sieves. It leaked right out. It's 74. Here we are. What's the next one? Who directed the Texas? We also said it at the beginning. Toby Hooper. What was the alternate title of the film? Head cheese. You're welcome. how does the character Kirk die in the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre? He's hitting the head with a hammer, and he spazzes out. His body just starts going crazy.
Was it a hammer? Was it a hammer or a mallet?
It was a hammer. It was like a big old style hammer. I remember I had the toy of it. In the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, who is the hitchhiker revealed to be? Leatherface's brother. They carry his dead body around in the sequel. Nubbins, they call him. What does Leatherface do to Pam when he first catches her in the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
Of Dallas.
On the meat hook for consumption later. Yeah.
How are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Alice, how are you?
Good.
Okay,
Did you,
so I call a request.
Okay.
If there's gonna be a Halloween episode, like Halloween the franchise, or Trick or Treat, I'm on those episodes.
Yeah, we actually in October obviously we'll do some of the big ones, like Nightmare on Elm Street, Jason Voorhees, Halloween. There'll be some of those that we'll be doing obviously in October. The other thing is in September, we'll look for certain types of film. Like obviously you're dealing with, it's kind of in that in between that fall, so you obviously have like Children of the Corn. You have movies, like, The Exorcist. I mean, you have movies that you can kind of get into. So I'm kind of like saying, oh, what can we do for September? But obviously, Trick or Treat was on the list as far as one to do.
Well, I know what we could do for November.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do Fame's Killing.
And then obviously, as you get into December, you have, some movies for December.
Yeah. All right, back to the quiz. I interrupted the cook down there.
All right. So go ahead and
Yeah. I'll learn you.
I'll take that spoon and stick it sideways there, cook.
How does a hitchhiker get killed in there, dude? Run over by a truck. Oh, wait, I'm trying to click on the screen. Our screen, not the wrong one. How does Sally escape at the end? She jumps in the back of a pickup and runs.
Well, typically she screams like a maniac as Leatherface dances around with his chainsaw.
Every time I show this movie in class, I have to lower the volume so no one thinks I'm screaming in the real life.
That's all right, Reckless. It's you just have fun with it.
Massacre feels so realistic. It was shot in 16 millimeter film.
Hey Ross, how are you, bud?
Yeah. Remember, it was based on a true story, but not in Texas. It actually happened in Wisconsin.
Now,
my favorite character is the Cook. Is the nickname of this character.
Mm-hmm. Did you guys talk about what serial killer Leatherface is based off of?
Yeah, we touched a little bit on that in the beginning. We didn't get into a full. I mean, we talked, but if there's anything you want to add or that you can think of. So yes, we did. Bring up Mr. Ed Gein.
Yep.
In regards,
now, unlike Leatherface, Ed Gein doesn't ever eat any of the people that he kills. He just takes their skin and makes it into furniture. That's one misconception about Ed Gein, is that he's a cannibal, and he's not.
So what do you think? What do you think he's doing with that furniture? I mean, what's your thoughts on why is he?
He's sitting on it. Like,
but I mean, why do you think he wants to create, a furniture? What do you see with that?
I mean, it's more like it's like a psychological thing. It's like it's I don't want to say it's erotic for him, but it kind of is erotic for him. Like it's a turn on for him.
He definitely drank soup out of it. He used
He used the bones. He used the bones for like bowls. He did drink soup out of them. Hey,
so Ross,
that chair that he made, Ness, that's been up for auction a couple of times. That'd be something. That'd be something I'd like to own. That'd be a real conversation.
Did I hear Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
No dolls allowed tonight.
Then why are you on the screen, Dallas?
Well, we're gonna turn you into a chainsaw there.
I was made from a chainsaw.
Well, we'll turn you into one.
Charlie, we are talking about Leatherface, and let me show you one of the things that I actually got.
Oh, that's awesome! See, how come you don't have any cool things like that? Because I don't know where to find them. Just Dragon Ball Z.
So, Charlie, Leatherface has a tendency to put some makeup on, and I couldn't help but notice your lips are quite red. Do you put lipstick on? I mean, do you? Because it looks like your lips are pretty red. That's kind of what we got going on right here. I'm just kind of curious, it's a correlation.
But I guess exaggeration, but nowhere near the way that Leatherface does it. I mean, come on, this is just for exaggeration on me. I'm a ventriloquist dummy.
Did you just get that, Eric?
So I made a trade. Because I pulled the Eeyore, the Diamond Chase Eeyore. I got at Hot Topic, and so somebody had reached out.
You got two, didn't you?
Yeah, and somebody reached out to me and asked about making a trade for it, and then I told them that I was looking for obviously horror pops. I was obviously looking for something like Jason or Freddy, a Chase in that regards, and they told me they had this. So we checked the value and we worked out the essentials in regards to
what is the value of that right now?
65. Yeah. But the Poppin' Duo, Vince over there at Poppin' Duo, reached out, and great guy.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is a good guy.
And that's kind of what we're doing. Anytime we have an opportunity to come across some prized possessions horror wise, it's always nice. Ness said that she has a custom, and so she asked me to check the IG. So I'm going to see if check real quick.
I can pull it up here. I would love to see it.
Yeah, let me see. I always think that's it's so cool, custom stuff, because I don't think I would like to try, but I don't think I'd ever be successful.
If you take your time, you could be.
I think I'd have to really research what there is to do with it. But
I might do that with I might try to get like a common Jason pop.
Uh-huh.
And I kind of want to turn it into like probably a part 8 Jason. I want to figure out a way to get the mask off, the hockey mask off, so I customize the mask so it looks more like that toxic one that he wears in part 8.
All right, so I have this. This looks pretty cool. I like this. Very talented.
That is excellent.
Yeah. I've seen people do dioramas for the pops. I like that.
No. Yeah, definitely. Let's see if I can give this on a bigger scale here.
Yeah, you could share. You can go to your IG on the computer and share it that way too.
Well, the problem that I have to learn, so because of my Instagram, I have my original Instagram for me, and then I obviously have Two Boys and Their Pops Instagram. So right now, my Instagram is tied into.
You have 3 of them, bud. You have 3 of them.
Well, yeah, I have the pop.
You have the pop one too that you always selling stuff on.
Yeah, so the thing is I gotta sign out of the other one and end up to where when I pull it up from the computer, it's always. I think there's
a way you can do it so that you have multiple.
I'm looking at the chat. Hi, chat.
You can have multiple accounts on your phone, and all you have to do is hit which account you want, and it'll automatically sign you in.
Well, I'm gonna have to play. I want to play with that because I definitely want to get rid of the other account and then be able to access. Like I said, The other thing I wanted to pull up because you were mentioning Trick or Treat. They actually have, I think it's at Spirit. So they have a prop. They have a animatronic Trick or Treat.
Of Sam,
And I think yeah. Are you able to pull that up?
Yeah, I can do that. Oh, I got good news, guys.
Okay? What do we got?
It is?
What?
Is it what I think it is?
What do you think it is?
Did you get the job?
I got the job at Spirit, but I also got the job at Target.
Oh, awesome!
And
Congrats.
I'm taking the job at Target because there's only a couple reasons why. One,
They're secure compared to.
they're secure. It's a full-time job. I'm guaranteed health benefits after 30 days.
That's awesome.
With Spirit, I wouldn't be.
Yeah,
Right.
no, way after
And with Target, I'll be working a schedule that I actually like. So it'll be 6 a.m. in the morning until like 5 or 6 at night. So, and I'll be dealing with all the inventory that comes in. So, hey, those Funko Pops, those Target Funko Pop exclusives.
Plug. Gotta be our plug, as they say.
Because technically, all I have to do in order to get the the only thing I have to do to get the exclusives from Target is I have to wait 15 minutes for them to be on the shelf, and after 15 minutes, I can get them.
And don't forget, we already pre-ordered the Sam for you.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I found the
Billy.
No, the
Slim.
The Slim.
Yes.
I found the Slim for you.
Our collection, they're back there. Oh, just out of frame.
Okay. You're talking about the animatronic, right?
Yeah.
Eric,
Yeah, because I was looking at it, and now the thing is I probably would rather buy it in the store because you're not going to have to worry about the shipping, obviously. So,
but it's free shipping.
that's true. I thought because it's a bigger item that they charge you.
It's free shipping of all orders over $40.
Okay.
I'm looking at it right now, and they have a 25% off coupon.
Now the 25% off though, doesn't that just apply to only certain things?
Nope, it applies to everything.
Oh, okay.
So there it is.
So yeah, so show that.
How much
are you able to show the video?
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
He's
179.
It's 180. So you figure 25% off would be 40.
That's 36, and then an additional 5. So you're at 9. So that's 44.
Yeah, so $44 off. So I mean, you're just paying a little over 130 for it, which isn't bad.
And yeah, if that coupon, I'd have to really look, because if that coupon does apply to that, I mean that would be awesome to jump in and do that.
Oh wait, I gotta share the audio. So let me stop sharing this real quick.
Okay.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, there's there was also an It one too, and I remember it from last year, but I didn't really like his face as much. And
I saw
at least
one. I saw the It one yesterday when I went in for my interview, and the other day, and I didn't like it at all. It does not look good. Now, not all spirits are going to have these in stock at the stores because it depends on what location, like how big the location is. If it's a smaller location, they won't get the animatronics in. So,
I know mine has in the past, so hopefully.
Okay, you ready?
But I just drove by there yesterday. They still aren't open yet. So
yeah, they're not. They don't open until the 6th.
Click play.
Well, I think because I remember like Bev 83 Pop Talk. I think they were saying that theirs was opening or whatever. I don't know if it's different areas or not. But
it depends on how big is your guys' location.
Well, I mean, it's Carson City, so I mean, it's a good size.
I mean, like the store? How big's the store?
Okay, so the store is probably like a takeover of like a Marshalls or a Ross. Something like that.
It's gonna be the 6th because when I went in for my interview, they said the bigger locations They won't open until August 6th because of the fact that they have so much inventory that goes into those stores. They need the time to set them up. So
Andrew, just let you know, Tats is saying that the Murder Machine Batman is up for pre-order on Hot Topic. Machine Batman.
Yeah, and that chase for that looks actually kind of sick looking.
Hit play.
I'm going to, Charlie.
Play.
So see, I'm actually thinking about getting that. I like it because I mean, like, it's covered. You even have, you can. It looks like you can take the mask off.
You can take the burlap sack off. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it fits. As far as like, because when you look at some of the animatronics, like if you go to the Scarecrow one.
Give me 1 second.
That one was only like $100, but
this Krampus one is sick looking, but it's fucking 6.5 feet tall.
yeah. Did that one have a video on that one? There's a Scarecrow one. The Scarecrow one.
Check to see if the Krampus does not.
He doesn't?
Oh, yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Okay.
It's got to wait for it to load.
Well, and I think I always wanted to work at Spirit because I always thought it would be fun. But like you said, it's a job that once Halloween's over, I mean, then you're back to nothing, so.
Yeah, it also depends. Like they said, if you do well, you could be asked to come back, possibly even as an assistant manager. But at the same time, it's like it's only 8 weeks. So, not trying to burst anyone's bubble. Someone wants to work at Spirit. Like I'm still in the shop there, but
I always thought it'd be kind of fun, but I also look at it as, I mean, a younger generation, it fits for them. I would probably end up being like some kind of a manager or whatever, but I mean, I would rather just enjoy walking around. I just don't like the eyes. Look at those hands, though. The hands are cool.
Yeah, I wish Funko would have did pop in that style of him. All they do is an unmasked. They don't do the bearded like one at all.
Yeah.
This one, the Scarecrow.
Yeah, the Scarecrow. I mean, it was only $100. I mean, it's one of those things where, yeah, I mean, you could put it on your porch.
Yeah. Is this one on the video?
Yeah, top.
Yeah. The internet's being kind of weird tonight, so shit's taking forever to load. Oh, well, since you got Charlie out there,
Yeah.
Oh, so that the Murder Machine Batman is it's not a Funko Pop, it's an actual. So it's like a figure.
what? Which one are you talking about?
I don't know. I mean, is this the right one that you're talking about? Well, Tats was saying.
No, not that. There's an actual pop of him.
Oh, okay, so there's a pop.
Yeah, there's a pop of him because I saw it earlier. Give me a second. I can pull it up. Give me 1 second. Someone tagged me in it earlier. There it is. Okay. It's live now on yeah, I'm gonna make myself big for a second. That's it.
And what's the name of it?
Batman Give me a second. Just type in Batman 360 in Hot Topic. Here, I can do that. Let me not make myself big. Sorry, chat. We're not ignoring you guys.
No, we're just trying to.
I'll talk to the chat. So chat, ask me questions.
Yes, exactly, Ness. Krampus is what do you call it?
Dark.
Krampus is Christmas. It is not spooky season. I love Krampus, but it does not fit for spooky season.
Oh, chat.
People can hate me all they want.
So is that under the new? That's under the new arrivals, right?
Yes, it's gonna be under new arrivals.
I'm paying attention.
I can bring it up. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Come on, computer. Be kind. I know me and you don't get along always.
So, Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Batman.
So, who likes the remake? The 2003.
What? So who can you write down everybody that came in on that again? That quiz. So we had Ness in kind of mainstream, right? And then there was an unknown name.
That's me.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
That's me because I had it as the emoji of the ghost in the whiskey glass.
Whoever dibs on the chase was.
I think that was kind of. So, hold on.
When I break out into normal voice,
it's not showing me that it's live, but let me go to Disc Pops.
It's a song stuck in there. Silver Shamrock.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I can type this website in. Entertain the chat for a minute, guys.
So what? What would you guys say as far as the chat? Where you would put Leatherface on the ladder of the horror? You know, would you put? You know, would you put him? You know, in that top 5?
Are we talking about the originals, like the original 5? The original 5 that everyone talks about?
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, where would you kind of put him? You know, like, I mean, like as a killer, you know, I mean, when you look at him, like, okay, so like if he took on Jason, you know, Jason would probably mop him up.
They went one-on-one together in a comic book.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
The family took Jason in, and they basically held their own against one another. So it's actually pretty interesting how they how that storyline came about. That would be a good crossover. That would be an interesting one.
Now, what about you know, what about Nightmare on Elm Street? You know, with the way that Freddy, you know, pretty much can get inside the head. You know, what would you see? You know, there. What kind of things would you see with Freddy going after? You know, Leatherface.
I think even Freddy would be disturbed at what he sees in Leatherface's mind, or shocked. I mean, can you imagine what's going on in his head? It's probably like little shapes trying to fit into other shapes that don't match. You know, you could see some crazy things happening in Leatherface.
No, that's not what I want.
Yeah, I mean, like, what? So, what do you think Freddy would go after? You know, with Leatherface.
Probably the death of. Not really. I don't know what they would do.
You would probably torture him in the sense of a motherly figure, the same way that he did with Jason.
Yeah, but they never talk about. They don't talk about Leatherface's mother until like later in the franchise.
Understood, but that's probably it. He's gonna mess with him psychologically, and that's where you would affect him. You would definitely torture him by doing things with family. Remember, again, he is very protective, and he's protective of his family, the only people that he knows and loves. Despite that love didn't come perfect. That's what he's going to protect. So I would.
Well, who do you think? Who do you think, Charlie? Who do you think is better? I know we've seen the movie Freddy versus Jason, and maybe that's one of the movies. Well, I don't really want to touch on that yet, but who do you think? Overall, would win that battle?
In
I
Freddy,
mean, you think Freddy?
again, I mean, it's very controversial. I mean,
Hey, Scooby Doo fan.
Jason definitely
Hey,
will
Scooby Doo.
stronger, I think, than Freddy. Freddy's advantage is only in the, in the subconscious.
I gotta stop sharing.
So, I mean, if you look at, I mean, all the people, in the cinemas. So if we went and did a tournament, a tournament style, and we entered everybody in, and let's take 10 characters per se. All right. So I'm gonna write this down. This is just all for shits and giggles. So we're gonna put Jason Voorhees, obviously. We're gonna put Leatherface. We'll put Michael Myers. Okay. We're gonna put.
Okay, hold on. Sorry. Let me share the screen real quick.
I tried to get that pop, but it's already sold out.
The Murder Machine one.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's saying no shipping available. I gotta change store to try and get it.
Well, because when you go back and edit the cart, it's just saying it's out. I don't like it's not available. But so Jason, let me go ahead and write this list here. So we got Jason Voorhees, Leatherface, Michael Myers, Chucky, Freddy, and 3, 4, 5. Put Ghostface in there. Let's put Jeepers Creepers.
You know what? He might win. Once you put him,
Okay, yeah, he's sold out already. This pop said that he's gonna restock, and they always get him in store and stock in stores.
All right.
So
well, we'll take a look. We'll take a look. I was gonna see if we could get it. I was gonna try to get it for Andrew, but
do you have this pops on Instagram?
Who?
This
No,
pops.
no. Oh, which pops?
Dis DIS.
Oh yes,
pops.
yes.
Okay,
yes.
so you can hit when you go to. Hold on, I'm gonna share my screen. Okay, when you go to the page, right? You see where it says following, how you're following them?
Yeah.
Click on following. See where it says notifications?
Yeah.
You can click on that and you can hit so that you'll get notified whenever they do a new post or a new story. So that way you're always up to date on what they're doing. There you go, guys. There's some knowledge from Dallas tonight.
Awesome.
Knowledge from Dallas.
Okay, so let's do this real quick on this tournament here real quick because I just want to have a little bit of fun with it. Okay, Charlie, Dallas. So I just kind of want to get your guys' thoughts. So we got Jason Voorhees, Leatherface, Michael, Chucky, Freddy, Ghostface, Jeepers Creepers. So we're gonna put 10 guys in. Okay. So now that leaves us 3 more to add into the pile.
Hellraiser.
So Hellraiser. Okay. We got Hellraiser. Pennywise. And so night everyone. Hey McDorks, I know you guys are moving. You got a lot of things going on. I appreciate you being in here, hanging out. You guys are awesome. Thank you for the McSport support. A lot of McLovin. So okay, so one more. So Ness, can you think of one more offhand that we could throw in there that I might be missing?
Yeah, let Ness.
Do we want a female in there? Do we want a female villain, horror girl? Do we want to put Annabelle? Do we want to put Conjuring? What do we? Something along those lines.
Ring.
Samara. Okay.
Yeah.
Samara. All right.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Well, Oh, how about Candyman?
I mean,
I'm gonna be honest. I think in that whole battle, just based on their character, I think the Creeper wins. I think he's OP, overpowered.
The Creeper?
Yeah,
wins
Well,
B2.
he
let's
wins.
let's let's put this in a like a tournament type style though first, guys.
Okay.
So Samara's not doesn't come in as yeah, we have kind of mainstream, we have the Creeper in there. What about just looking at the list. Um so Andrew's saying Candyman. So do you guys think Candyman slides in there?
Eh, maybe. I think he's gonna definitely be up there as one of the last.
Well, we got let's I mean whether or not we put him in.
How are we working out the tournament?
Okay, so how about Pumpkinhead? Put in Pumpkinhead.
Oh, me too.
All right. So let's do this. So we're gonna go take this off here real quick. Just have a little bit of fun with it.
Mainstream. I love the Terrifier. Now that is terrifying.
Yes,
The clown.
Victor Crowley.
From Hatchet. I would love to see a fight between him and Jason. That
For who? Victor Crowley?
Yeah.
Oh, so okay, so we'll put Hatchet in there instead of Pumpkinhead, all right? So Victor Crowley.
Or Matthew Callie.
All right. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put it on. We're gonna have an A side and a B side. Of course, my. Okay, so we're gonna do Jason, Victor Crowley. So what we're gonna do is, since he's on tonight, get a new. For some reason, my Sharpie has kind of gone down. So what we'll do is we're gonna give Leatherface a bye because he's the main guy tonight. All right. I think it works out that way. Let me double check. Well, maybe not. Okay. So let me see here. So I'm gonna put on side A. Okay. So we got Jason and Victor Crowley. Okay. Then we're gonna put Scream. All right. And we're gonna put him up against. Let's put Scream up against. How about Chucky?
That would be interesting.
Okay. So we got Chucky there. All right. Then you have. Okay, so now you have on the B side. And my markers. Okay, so on the B side, I'm gonna put Kruger. We'll put Kruger against Pennywise.
Breed nest.
Okay, Kruger against Pennywise. And then you're going to have Michael. We'll have him go up against Hellraiser. Okay. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then so what we're gonna do is we're gonna put buys under the A's and the B's. So Leatherface will get a buy for A. All right. So here's what happens. Leatherface gets a buy. They're gonna have rotating buys because of just the numbers. It just kind of works out that way. I don't really want to add extra people right now. And then we have who was the Keepers Creepers. All right. So and then you have the Creeper will get a buy on the B side. All right, guys. So it'll kind of look something. I mean, my marker for some reason isn't as joined as good as I want it. But it'll kind of be in somewhere in this neighborhood. I know. That's my goal. I'm going to get a better little marker. The tip. The tip is short. The tip is short. So I am. So here's what we're gonna do. So that's the same pinhead. So let's just say in the form of everybody voting, let's just double check. Let's give a number, Charlie. Like, what would be the number that we say allows the win? So, for example, if there's 5 votes, if we get the first 5 votes, that person wins. Okay. So under A, you have Jason Voorhees and Victor Crowley, are going to duke it out. So who do you vote, Charlie?
I vote Jason Voorhees.
Okay, so you got Jason. Dallas, who would you vote in that matchup?
Between Jason and Victor Crowley?
Yeah.
Victor Crowley.
All right. So let me go ahead. So let's go. So Ness, Jason, and Victor Crowley. And I'm gonna get the deciding vote. So,
let's get the chat.
Oh, maybe we could do. Oh, Reckless. So Reckless wants Jason. Okay. She said both are Kane Hodder. Well, this is going to be Derek Mears, or it'll be CJ Graham. So she says Victor Crowley.
Mainstream says Jason.
Mainstream says Jason.
Andrew, your thought?
What do you think, Weeble? Glenn Smith, who do you got?
And anyone else in the chat? Jason or Victor Crowley?
Victor Hugo? Hugo?
Just because he's your first name.
Hugo said Norman Bates, but yeah, Norman Bates is in there too. But I think I would put him under a different type of grouping.
Wins. You think that Jason will win or Victor Crowley from the movie Hatchet? Gotta pick one.
Yeah. Does LBD even know about Victor Crowley?
Probably not.
Probably, because he looks like him.
So Glenn Smith says Victor Crowley. Okay.
Interesting.
Victor
says Jason.
So Hugo says Jason. All right. So it's a big battle there, right there. So
On you.
LBD has no clue. So what I'll do is because I don't see anybody else that can vote at this point that I can think of.
Andrew.
So, oh yeah, Andrew Weeble. So Andrew, who would win in a battle, Andrew, between Jason Voorhees and Victor Crowley from
Hatchet?
Yes. Thank you. I was just letting you chime in. So, Weeble says, oh, okay. So he says Victor.
Sounds like we're somewhere near tie here.
So that puts it. So, I mean, he's at 4-3. 4-3 at this point.
Are we missing anyone in here?
Well, LBD, but he doesn't have. So, I mean, LBD doesn't really know Victor Crowley enough.
Just look up Victor Crowley on YouTube, LBD.
So what I'll do is we'll with that one right there. God, I wish we had another little marker.
You gotta vote you
over there. So for me, I would vote Jason myself, but I mean, I could be biased in the sense that maybe look by the zombie sign. Because I probably enjoyed a lot of Jason. I mean, I think that Victor Crowley's good too, but so let me see here. I would kind of look at it from that standpoint that I would probably put Jason. I know that Victor is also a badass as well. So I think the thing that you have to kind of look at Ness on this side, even though Victor is a badass as well. the one thing that's going to give him a little bit of insight with Jason is his popularity. I mean, you don't really see any, Victor Crowley dress ups as much as you would Jason, right? You don't see the merchandise. So kind of mainstream. He doesn't know who Victor Crowley is, but he has a cool name. Yeah. So Victor Crowley is in the movie Hatchet. So if you ever get a chance, kind of mainstream, check it out. Look at the trailer. Check out the movie. So right now we'll kind of put this one, with an asterisk. But I'm going to say, Ness, I'm going to have to give Jason. Let's give Jason. I mean, all things aside, if it's pretty even, you got to look at the marketing, right, Ness? I mean, there's hockey masks. I mean, you have hoodies. I mean, there's a lot of things that Jason provides that Victor Crowley does not. Plus, like you said,
there is a way to eventually kill off Victor Crowley.
Well, and Jason, Jason
comes back. He's got the regeneration part.
Yeah, and I think that you kind of have to look at some of that in that aspect. I think there's a lot of points for Victor Crowley, but I think probably if you took 100 people, so it just depends. So let's move on to the next one real quick. So you have Scream, obviously Ghostface, and it only counts as one killer because they didn't both kill at the same time. Scream or Chucky. So Charlie, who would you pick?
Chucky, hands down. He can outsmart Ghostface. Ghostface can be killed, just a person. Chucky can outwit him.
Dallas, your thoughts?
Chucky.
Yeah. Ness says Chucky too. Yeah, I think Chucky would pretty much take care of, Scream in that department. But
put the votes in, guys.
Hey, Andrew. So Andrew Weeble, we were doing a vote. We're putting these guys in like a tournament, and so we have Jason Voorhees against Victor Crowley, and so wanted to see who you think would win between Victor Crowley and Jason Voorhees. So Victor Crowley from Hatchet. So do we have any more for Chucky? So Victor says Chucky. Okay. So I think hands down Chucky takes that. No problem. All right. So let's get to this B side of the bracket real quick. So this will be very interesting. So you're gonna put Pennywise, all right? Pennywise up against Krueger. So now you look at those two characters and just your thoughts, obviously head to head, how they would shape up, how they would overpower each other or fight. And I know they've had spoofs on that stuff, but so Dallas, your thoughts, Krueger or Pennywise, and who comes out on that?
Freddy.
Okay, so you think Freddy?
Yeah.
Charlie?
Hi. So they're both driven by how many people are afraid of them. My vote's gonna be on Pennywise on this one because Freddy still has this. He is scared of himself. According to the canon, he's afraid of fire. I feel like Pennywise has a little bit more survival rate than Freddy.
All right. So you're going with that, okay? So we got one for Krueger, one for Pennywise. So mainstream says Freddy. So Victor Hugo, he says Krueger. The Dream World is gonna help out. Hold on real quick. Let me check something. So we got Reckless. Reckless says Krueger as well. Let me check something here real quick. Ooh, quick draw, nice. Wow. Yeah. So I will So I'll come back to that one, Ness. I'll come back to that in a second. So Glenn Smith says Pennywise, or he says Freddy hands down. So yeah, so Krueger's pretty much going to edge out, Pennywise on this pretty good. So now let's go into the next one. That would be kind of Pennywise. Does he use fire? Has he been known to use fire?
He could if he wants to. He just plays on people's fears the same way that. See, Freddy is driven and exists and is powerful because of the people who fear him. Same thing with Pennywise. Pennywise knows how to use fear. The greatest fears for people.
So what? Okay, so let's. Yeah, there's a lot, similarities, but I think Krueger probably continues with that dream world a little bit better. So you got Michael Myers, who obviously is smart. He can drive a car. He's an OG. He's been around. So Michael Myers is very adapt. He's an adaptable character. And then you have Pinhead, so Hellraiser. And obviously, Hellraiser, dealing with, what he does with the Chatterers, the box. He brings a different type of fight for Michael Myers. So who would you see? Who would you see with this? Michael Myers and Pinhead. Dallas. How do you feel about that?
Michael.
You think Michael will be able to withstand what Hellraiser's bringing to the table and be able to still come out on top?
Yeah, I love Pinhead because he represents the BDSM lifestyle, but Michael can choke a bitch out and not even flinch. So be honest.
So he's got one for Myers. So what about you, Charlie?
Let's be honest.
I'm a fan of Michael, but I have to give it to Pinhead on this one. I think Pinhead, with its torturous devices and its powers, can basically rip Myers to shreds, skin him alive, all this stuff. Because remember, at the end of the day, he's still a person too, Michael. So as much as I love Michael, I think Pinhead has this one.
But Michael Myers has been shot 6 times. I'm pretty sure
he can. Never been, skin ripped,
he can
tortured, chains, and all that.
He got burnt alive.
Pinhead.
So Ross says Pinhead.
I say Pinhead.
Victor. Let's see. Victor Hugo says Pinhead.
The hooks alone.
All right.
The hooks, lad. The hooks.
Ness is gonna go with Pinhead. Now I guess I'm kind of just only because I like Michael Myers. I would like to root for him, just because he comes back from everything. I would definitely like to look at that, but I think in the end, he probably would get overmatched with Pinhead. Depends on who writes the movie, I guess. But we'll go ahead in this tournament and say that Pinhead is going to come out. So now let's jump back real quick because we still have a kind of a stalemate a little bit with Jason Voorhees and Victor Crowley. Jason does have a little bit of an edge right now, 4-3. One of the things that Ness has sent to me is that, and this is just to give you guys some more information. Victor Crowley has a body count of 64 victims in total. So on Reddit, okay, this is a Q&A on Reddit, okay?
I'm changing my vote then.
Hold on. Kane Hodder.
Jason has a higher body count.
Well, okay, but you listen to this. So on Reddit, Kane Hodder answered on who would win in a fight between Jason and Victor, and he sided with Victor, stating that Victor is unpredictable. Now, we don't know which version of Jason is actually being referenced, but Kane Hodder is kind of going in that Victor Crowley sense. So now, that's Kane Hodder, but we also have CJ Graham and Derek Mears that played Jason as well. I mean, I don't know what their thoughts would be, but
And Steve Dash.
Kane Hodder is the main Jason that we all know and love. So Ross says Batman beats them all.
No, Batman would fail. Sorry, Ross.
That'd be interesting to see that.
Batman would fail epically.
With that said, anybody want to circle back at all? Anybody want to, change at all? Right now, I have Jason at 4 and Victor Crowley's at 3. So, Ross, your idea on Jason Voorhees and Victor Crowley from Hatchet and basically the same actor played the same characters. Who would you think would win? And yeah, of course, Andrew agrees on Batman as well. Nice. So that's basically, I mean, what we have right now is you have Jason right now is in the lead. Victor Crowley is unpredictable, but he's unpredictable, but Jason's relentless. I mean, I mean, how many times have you seen Jason get, killed and then he gets electrocuted, comes back? I mean, I don't know. It's interesting. It definitely, Ness, it would definitely be an interesting battle. Jason was fooled by a woman in his mother's sweater. But still at the end, who was coming out of the water holding somebody's head? It was Jason, who took a beating, with having, what do you call those? What are those things that the rhubarb that was put into him? I mean, I don't know. I mean, those are two characters. I guess I guess it depends on how much you like the movies, how much you like the characters, coin toss. I mean, I guess it would really make a really good, interesting subject as far as to talk about. I mean, you do have Kane Hodder saying that, Hatchet, but at the same time, I have this, Ness, that I want to know about is when he's asked that question, is it during a time that Hatchet is coming out? Is it a promotional gig, for the movie? Or have both of those movies, been already out for a long time? So, I mean, that's one of the things. Hey, Tori, how are you? So, Tori, we have this is what's going on, Tori. We have a tournament that we're putting together for horror icons. And we're trying to see who might come out as an ultimate winner, who can go head to head. Right now, we have Jason Voorhees going up against Victor Crowley from Hatchet. So Ness is making a strong push to put Victor Crowley in there. Jason right now holds an edge. So I guess so like kind of mainstream said that he would have to watch the Victor movie to vote. But so I mean that's kind of what you're looking at right now. I would have to say, Ness, those are good arguments, definitely good arguments, Ness, and I think maybe on a different type of day, maybe Victor comes away. But I think what I'm going to do on this, Ness, is I'm going to look at some of the marketing. I'm going to look at some of, I mean, you look at the hockey mask, you look at the shirts, the jerseys, the hoodies, you look at the material. I mean, stuff that has come off of Jason. You know what I'm saying? Not to take anything away from Victor Crowley.
To be fair, though, Victor Crowley hasn't had much merchandise made. The only thing he's had made so far has been from Trick or Treat Studios. If you guys don't follow them on Instagram, follow them. They make some of the best damn horror mask out there. They've had a Victor Crowley mask. They've had a Victor Crowley mask made, and they did the Hatchet, a prop replica of the Hatchet.
Okay.
So I mean, he's finally getting a NECA figure.
So here's what we're gonna do. He's getting a NECA. He's getting a NECA figure.
He's getting a NECA figure. He's got that Terror Toonie or whatever Toonie Terrors.
Yeah.
He's getting one of those made. Hell, they could be making a. I don't know if they'll make a Funko Pop of him. I don't think Brian, whatever the hell his last name is.
Is there any more? Is there any more movies in the movies possibly in the works?
Adam Green said he wants to do one more. He wants to do one more movie, and Kane said he'd be down. Also, guys, I know I'm all over the place tonight. If you don't have Shudder, sign up for Shudder. You can get a free month for free, and watch Joe Bob Briggs, Last Drive-In. You guys don't know who Joe Bob Briggs is. He's an icon in the horror community. I grew up a fan. I'm sure Eric grew up watching him on TBS back in the day. I'm sure Charlie and Robert did too. They do reviews of different horror movies every month, every week actually. Felicia Rose has been on there several times. Kane Hodder's been on there several times.
I have
Yeah,
an idea.
guys.
Leave the two of them on, and let's leave the two of them on.
Yeah.
Let's see where it goes at the end with the other.
Yeah, no, that's since the other two had the buys. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna so we can slide Victor Crowley over to the B side, and pit him up against one of the remaining guys, or we could put Jason up against on the B side. So we can do that, or we can leave them both. Well, actually, I think it'd be better to split one of them up.
Let's see where the other ones go, and then just have them on the side for a second.
Okay. So, well, right now you have Kruger. Okay, so you have Kruger and Pinhead, coming out on top, and then you would have the Creeper. So generally, we're going to put Kruger against Pinhead. Okay. Now you got Pinhead and Kruger. And now you're going to have, so the Creeper is going to have to take on one of these characters. So
Kruger and Pinhead then. My money's on Pinhead.
Well, let's go with so let's put either Jason or Victor Crowley up against the Creeper.
I think the Creeper wins on that one.
So
Against both of them?
Oh yeah. The Creeper does not die. It just simply doesn't. It will come back and it will keep consuming parts. So it'll be this never-ending.
But what parts are you going to consume of Jason? Jason's dead.
I mean, yeah, but keep in mind, Jason also regenerates and could just take the parts.
But he's still dead. He's technically a zombie.
True. But I just think.
I mean, the Creeper would have a better chance. The Creeper would have a better chance with Victor Crowley, in my opinion.
Well, they have the brute strength, but they could tear him apart. But he'll easily come back. He has flight advantage.
Hurry up. I'm sorry, I got sidetracked with one of my kids. So generally we have Kruger and Pinhead, and then we're gonna bring Jason. Are we gonna keep Creeper then? I mean, because if we're saying that Creeper pretty much can just always come back, I mean, doesn't that kind of put him like, okay, well, but he still has to die, right? I mean, he still ends. They still get him in the movies, right?
Yeah, but he just comes back. Just wakes up every 27 or 37.
All right. Well, since Creeper was on a buy, we're gonna take him out. Okay, we're gonna take him out of the equation because since he, in all fairness, I mean, he can come back and do all that, right? We'll just say, so let's put somebody else in there from a standpoint. Let's put, let's see if the chat is mentioning anybody. Okay, so Andrew says Billy.
But to be fair, Andrew, Billy isn't an actual person. It's a puppet, and he doesn't do anything in the movies.
What about Leprechaun?
Against puppets?
Leprechaun
wins.
Yeah, right. Leprechaun wins.
Okay, so we'll put Leprechaun. Let's put Leprechaun in.
I don't mean to burst your bubble there, Chris, but I mean Billy doesn't do anything in those movies. Yeah, Billy isn't a killer.
So what about so let's go Leprechaun and Victor Crowley. Okay, so we'll put Victor over on the B side. All right, so here's what you got on the B side. So before we go further, you got Kruger and Pinhead, and you're gonna have Leprechaun and Victor Crowley. All right. Now, and like I said, it just is the matches that they are at this point. Now we will have a battle between Leatherface and Jason. Okay. Um, and then obviously you have where else did we go? Oh, I'm trying to see. So you know what? We need God, I'm sorry. So we had 10. So it looks like we need 12, huh? Oh, Wishmaster. That's a good one too, Ness. Um so we had Jason. So I guess I don't know. I'm just trying to look at how we would do this. Because I want to make sure it evens up. Okay, so Chucky would get a bye, I guess. So we'll give Chucky a bye. So here's what you got. So here's what you got on the B side, guys. So it's going to be Kruger and Pinhead on the B side, Leprechaun and Victor Crowley also on the B side. So on the A side, first battle up. All right, first battle up. They're in the woods. They're going in. They come across each other. Leatherface and Jason Voorhees. Okay, so you got a saw, and you also have whatever Jason might have at that point in time. So you have these two characters. Okay, obviously, you know, they're both tall, strong. Who are you going to lean to for this? So, Dallas, who would you go to, Leatherface or Jason?
Leatherface.
Go with Leatherface?
Yep.
All right. Jason not getting the love. All right. And Robert?
We're gonna go with Leatherface.
It's not that
Interesting.
I don't love Jason. It's just
He can hold his own against Jason.
Okay.
he just doesn't he doesn't interest me like Leatherface and like Michael do.
All right.
It's just kind of boring.
Hannibal, and
Reckless Pop brings up a really good point.
yeah, that would be something we could do too on the human side of it too. Reckless.
Outsmart who? Because Hannibal, Hannibal Lecter and Don Kramer, Jigsaw.
Well, I think Jigsaw. That's a good point. We'll get back to that in a second. So let's go to the chat. So right now you got Leatherface and Jason. So Ness, who do you think takes that match?
Hey, I'm gonna be on, but I need to fix something on my camera.
Okay.
Should be able to still hear me.
So kind of mainstream chimes in for Jason. Ness says Leatherface, and Andrew saying Leatherface. So that's 4. That's giving him 4. I'm going to I'm just going to take Jason because I like the underdogs. So you kind of have that from there. So we have a 4-2. So anybody else want to chime in? So Glenn Smith says Leatherface. All right, no problem. It is Leatherface night, anyways. So Jason will be back. Guarantee you, he will regenerate. He will be back. So Leatherface obviously moves on. So Leatherface will be taking on Chucky in that match there, which would be quite. Even though Chucky's small, it'll be quite interesting. So let's before we get to the bigger matchup, let's take a look. Victor Crowley and Leprechaun, which would be an interesting source of movie, to go from. Hey, Dead Zone. He says, "I love looking at the top of Dallas. I love looking at the top of Dallas's head."
Funny. I was answering a message on Instagram.
So Reckless, he went for Jason too. So generally what we're looking at here, guys, is you have Leprechaun against Victor Crowley. And so obviously, 2 different types of characters there, based on what they can do and what they've done in the past, how they operate. So I will go to you first, Ness. So Ness, what do you think Leprechaun or Victor Crowley? And then we'll go back into you guys in the panel. Hey, Dead Zone, hope you're doing well. Hope things are going good. I know you had some storms, so I hope everything's safe. Everything's good with the weather. And don't forget, Dead Zone, we want to talk hockey on Sunday. Hockey. You too, Reckless. So Ness is going to go with her Victor. All right. So Charlie, who would you take, Leprechaun or Victor?
Victor.
All right.
Destroy Leprechaun.
And Dallas?
Victor Crowley.
Okay. So now, if some of you guys in the chat haven't really been privileged to know a little bit about Victor Crowley, definitely check him out. Check out a trailer, maybe check out, the movie. If you got something, you want to chill and relax. Like Reckless said earlier, he wanted to watch a horror movie. Victor Crowley, was played by Kane Hodder, who played Jason. So that would be pretty good. Hey, LJ the Greek. Hey, so this is what we're doing, LJ. Real quick about with horror. Real quick before you do your editing of your video, we're doing like a little tournament, LJ, and we're doing it tournament style with some of these characters. So who do you think, LJ, would win between Leprechaun and Victor Crowley? So you got Leprechaun and Victor Crowley. So your thoughts on that? And then kind of mainstream, you say, so K&L says Hatchet. So Victor Crowley for that. So it looks like Victor Crowley is pretty much going to probably walk away with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Victor Crowley, definitely. Yeah. So what we could do, maybe as we get into October, Dallas, Charlie, we can revisit something like this again when we have more time to kind of put it together and maybe create like a tournament. You know how they always do like the 32 movies of Halloween or whatever. Maybe we can do a Halloween style type tournament and bring in some characters, and we can get some. You guys can always on Instagram message me, give us some ideas of who you'd like to see in there, and we can compile a list. And then from there, what we would do is maybe randomly find a way to generate the matchups. You know what I mean? Instead of us picking the matchups, have the computer to like generate the matchups to start the tournament, and then kind of go from there. So that would be really cool. So now we have, let's get into the meat and the bones. You have LJ the Geek. We have Freddy Krueger going up against Pinhead. So Freddy Krueger and Pinhead. So obviously Hellraiser, Freddy Krueger. Who do you like in that matchup? So chat, we'll go ahead and chime in. So LJ the Geek, if you can chime in, K&L, chat, Ness, you guys want to chime in. Charlie, your thoughts, Freddy Krueger or Hellraiser?
Definitely Hellraiser. Because remember, Freddy sold his soul, and basically Pinhead could come and reclaim that soul, like hold him against his, his deal with the devil, if you will. But my money goes with Hellraiser. In fact, there's a very famous fan video. It's Freddy versus basically all of them, and Hellraiser comes and kicks his ass in the end and just drags them back to hell.
So LJ the Geek says he's met them both. Very nice. The actors. So LJ is saying Pinhead. We have K&L and Reckless say Krueger. So I'm just going through here real quick. Dallas, who would you say?
Between
Krueger and Hellraiser. So Glenn Smith is saying Hellraiser.
Pinhead.
You're gonna say Hellraiser, okay?
Yeah, Pinhead. Yeah.
Yeah. Reckless says he's biased. Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes you do have your favorites, and then there's nothing wrong with that. Just like superheroes and stuff like that. So kind of mainstream says Pinhead as well. Okay, so just to kind of show you guys a little bit. So we have the tournament. I'm just kind of doing this a little bit, and I'm gonna take some of these guys out. So generally, what we have now is a matchup. Let me go ahead and put that on the B side there. So you have Victor Crowley versus Hellraiser. Okay. So let's go back over to the other side.
Ness had a good one. The Stuff versus the Blob.
Oh yeah. and that's what I'm saying. Like, so we can bring like some of these characters to where we can end up getting that matchup of the one that Reckless had mentioned earlier, with Jigsaw and Hannibal Lecter. We could do something like that. So in October we'll plan like a little tournament, and what we'll do is we'll give you guys an opportunity to predict maybe who might come out as the winner. Like, we'll let you know all the contestants. We'll give you an opportunity to pick the winner and see if it plays out that way. And then whoever predicts, correctly, we'll put you on a wheel, and we'll have something for that. So now we get into take Scream away because you had Chucky winning. Okay. And then you had Jason up top. So now we have Chucky is going to take on Leatherface. Okay. So this is your matchup, guys, that we have right now, and it'd be kind of cool to just see them on screen, how they would interact, how the writers.
A place. Where's Sam?
Oh well, I mean, Sam. You guys could have mentioned Sam. But we'll put him in the tournament. We'll definitely get him in there.
You spoiled my thing. I was gonna say no matter who won, Sam wins.
Well, Ness, you mentioned Victor Crowley. Ness, you could have said Sam. We could have put Sam in. Would Sam fared better?
Pyramid Head from Silent Hill.
We all agree that no matter who wins, they accept and embrace Sam as their own.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we have Victor Crowley against Hellraiser and Chucky versus Leatherface. So obviously, so you can go with A or B. So let's go ahead and go to the A side. Let's get that one out because I think the B side might be a little bit more understanding as well. Take care of Dead Zone. I know you're working early. Have a good one, bud. So Chucky, you look at Chucky over his years, being able to do what he does, how he's been able to come back, how he's, his smart, the way he is, okay, in general. Now, Leatherface is, a brute. So now, obviously, if it was one-on-one, like, that, they were sitting there tussling, imano, obviously Leatherface could probably pick Chucky up and toss him or whatever. But you got to take everything into consideration, with this match. Is Chucky going to be able to outsmart Leatherface and trick him? Let's say they're in a sawmill. Let's say they're in an area where there's a meat grinder. They're at the meat factory, right? Is Chucky able to trick Leatherface to where maybe he pushes him into the meat grinder? Something along those lines. I mean, how would you see this playing out? Definitely Nest, Predator and Alien, would be good to put in there as well. So that's definitely what I would like to do in October. We'll do a tournament. We'll start it early in October, and each week we'll take some guys off. We'll battle them and compare them and have them in brackets. And eventually, maybe by the end of the month, we'll get an actual championship and get a winner. So we'll go from there. So definitely a lot of characters to add to the mix, and we can see how the computer matches them up, and that'll be interesting. So let's talk Chucky and Leatherface. I mean, obviously, if Leatherface is shot, Chucky, if he brings a gun or has something, there's a lot of variables. I mean, Chucky, like, you can't keep a good guy down, right? So how do you see that playing out? So Robert, Charlie.
I mean, come on, Leatherface. Chucky. Yes, I can see him trying to outwit him, but let's look at our sources here. If you look at our movies, Chucky was naive enough to get pushed into a fan in the third film, and Leatherface was almost backed up into a meat grinder, but he managed to prevent it from happening. He had assistance from family, so I'm gonna have to give this one in particular to Leatherface because I just think Chucky's too full of himself and will also be too cocky, and uh, Leatherface will outsmart him. It's a simple case of the rabbit and the hare. Perhaps Chucky thinks that he's going to outwit and do it because Leatherface is simple-minded, but my money is on Leatherface.
So you don't think Chucky does the old, no, Leatherface, please, I'm your friend to the end, doesn't pull.
Doesn't want to hear it. He's not family, and off with his head.
Oh yeah, definitely Captain Spaulding. Yeah, Ness. I mean, like I said, I wasn't going to do this type of tournament tonight as far as like this big, but I think we will do that for Halloween that month. We'll do a tournament style with the horror and do something from there. So Dallas, your thoughts, on those two characters?
Chucky and Leatherface.
Yeah.
Leatherface.
Dallas says Leatherface. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going with Chucky because Chucky is my bro. He's my man. He's the one I like, and I'm gonna stand by Chucky. So that saw is going to run out of batteries. Chucky's going to find a way. He's going to outsmart Leatherface. He's going to do something. So that's the way I feel. So let's go ahead and let's go to the chat real quick. So chime in, guys. Ness, Andrew, Christina, Glenn. Who you guys think? Chucky versus Leatherface. Reckless, Joey. Let us know. How you see that playing out. And then, like I said, we'll just get this one done, and then we'll hold off on the B, and then we'll go real quick on the updates of the remake and stuff. Talk about Leatherface on the remakes. So kind of mainstream says Chucky. And remember, everybody's entitled to their opinion there, Charlie, because we also can pit Charlie against who could we pit Charlie against there, Dallas?
Leprechaun.
Or we can you can always put them. I'm sure there's a few guys we can put you against, Charlie, that come to mind. You know what I'm saying?
I'll take on LVD.
So Andrew Weeble says I choose Andre Ciccatelli.
That'd be interesting.
Yes, I think meant to say Pagliacci. Is that how you meant by Pagliacci?
Jack Torrance too. So Ness is saying Leatherface for the size. Come on, Ness. It size. We don't know. I don't know. Yeah, he's got size, but so does Jason. I mean, I don't know. So let's see. Let me go here. So LJ the Geek, if you have a chance to chime in, you got Chucky and Leatherface. Who do you think would end up coming victorious? Bum, bum, bum. Just kind of going through. So Andrew, who do you like, Chucky or Leatherface? What does the wife say? Leatherface would punch Chucky. Yes, Ness, if he got a hold of him. But Chucky's going to move around quick. I mean, Leatherface is not exactly a track star. He's going to tire a little bit. So Glenn Smith says that Leatherface would cut Chucky in half. All right. You guys are killing me. So we got 4-2. So waiting, Andrew, who you think? Um, just kind of go from there. And we get that championship. All right. So, um, so Reckless is picking Chucky. And Cat, what are you doing? So Andrew's gonna go ahead and say Leatherface. And Charlie can go up against Dead Silence. Billy.
I have my backup plan.
What, the clown? Yeah. So we're doing some horror selections here. You gonna chime in there, clown? So are you just gonna stare? I'm not afraid of you.
Super.
I took care of your brother Pennywise. All right, so nice. I like that. See, that's good right there. All right, so we got Leatherface is going to be the champion on the A side. All right, so that's all right. Chucky will be back. He's always going to be back. So before we get to the B side of it, let's kind of dive in, Robert, a little bit on the remake. Or the second movie. What did you want to touch on?
Oh, so no, I just wanted to first talk about how what people's thoughts were on the Texas Chainsaw Massacre had many sequels and remakes and reboots and whatever. But I have to say, the 2003 remake, I really enjoyed. I think they did a good job at in the spirit of capturing the original essence. Did we lose him?
Hold on.
No, he's back.
Yeah. Well, I would say that I do enjoy the 2003 remake simply because of its homage to the. It's good with the same formula and just updated things. Looks
Eric,
like
you might have to jump out and then jump back in.
yeah, it looks like we're having some issues with that. But
Yeah,
the,
Eric might have some
Massacre
internet
2000
issues.
Dallas, what are your thoughts on the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remakes? Which one did you like? Which one did you not like?
Well, there's only been one remake.
Or reboots? There were a couple of reboots.
Not really. I mean, those are all sequels and prequels. The only legit remake is the 2003. You have Leatherface, that's a prequel. You had Texas Chainsaw Massacre at the beginning, that's a prequel. You have, those are the last two that came out after the 2003 one.
What are your thoughts on the 2003 remake?
I like it. It's gory, which is good.
Yes, that one definitely updated the gore.
All right. Cool. Okay. Kind of makes a change there.
Leatherface the movie was goodness.
Yeah. So what are we talking about now, Charlie?
The 2003 remake of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Your thoughts? You had someone with Jessica Biel. So what are you? What are your thoughts, Eric?
Well, I like Jessica Biel. I've always liked her as far as I always thought she was a decent actress. I actually got an opportunity to meet her in person here in Tahoe when she came with Justin Timberlake to play golf briefly, not like sit down and have dinner or anything like that. But at the same time, when you're dealing with remakes, and you look at the originals, I mean, sometimes they just don't hold a candle. I thought her performance was pretty good, pretty solid.
Just saying, I think it did a good job at being an updated remake for a new
Yeah.
genre.
And that's what I'm saying. Like when you look at things for the times, in incorporating, I thought for the most part that they did a pretty good job with that. So I mean, I was able to entertain, through that movie and enjoy it. You know, and sometimes you can't. You know, sometimes you're just like, oh man, that original is, you know, it's just what I want to see. You know, I can't see what they're doing now. Like, I mean, I guess you can look at some. There's a lot of movies out there that they remade, and they just, you know, seem to not do it. Like, for example, I mean, Chucky. You know, you look at the Charles. You know how they did that movie. You know, I wasn't really a big fan. You know, I
Okay,
don't
one
want to.
second. Can you guys hear me well?
Yeah.
Oh,
We
okay.
can't, chat can't. So
Oh,
Chat, hear me?
yeah, you might have to drop out real quick. Robert, come back in. Yeah.
And can everyone hear me? Just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Chucky does. Yeah, Chucky's more funny than anything.
Ness said she can't.
That was before. Let's see. Can you hear me now? Hello. I can't. So Ness can't hear me for some reason.
oh, that's cool. So, Andrew, you see, Andrew, he has the Texas Chainsaw Deluxe Edition, and it folds out to look like a chainsaw blade, and has crime scene photos.
I have that too. I actually own that as well.
Nice.
It's a cool thing. It comes with like crime scene photos. It's a
Yeah.
fold and multiple discs. One of them has a really good documentary on Ed Gein.
Oh, okay.
Very good. Yeah.
Well, I mean, when you look at the movie and you look at, you know, obviously the remake, and you look at how it carries the franchise, uh, how would you compare those Leatherfaces? I mean, how would you say, you know, do they hold up as well? I mean, because you look at the movies, and there are some different masks, some different styles, um, you know, over the years. So how would you compare the Leatherface and
So
the remake?
okay. So the first, the original, obviously, is in my opinion, is one of my favorite. The second was a little more campy than anything else. The second movie was more funny than it was. It was like a dark comedy, really.
Which one?
It was in this one, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2.
You know what's campy is part 3.
Yeah, well, 3 too, but 3 had a little bit more. See, in 3, I kind of like that.
No, not 3. 4. Part 4.
Oh, yeah.
You want to see something really scary?
3 was dark. 3 was pretty dark, and I like Leatherface's kind of. Besides the injured leg part, and the squeaky like Forrest Gump type.
How about the trailer for that when he's standing over the water and
I really like that. I do remember that trailer.
And then the saw comes out of the water and then spins, and then he ends it.
Family. Actually, the Saw's family, I think, was from part 2, is when they actually say it. But
he's got it. Remember, he's got it. What was the one where he's got it buffered out? The guy made the new Saw. It's the same one where he ends up putting his hand in the fire. Because of the.
That's 2.
Okay. And yeah, I mean that, but it looks nice. You know, it's all polished. He's got. So
the third movie was dark and gritty. It's set back to its darker tone, and it's you see Leatherface a little bit more darker side. 4 was really out there and campy and more transgendery topics in that one. So that was more kind of I believe that was 90s, right? Wasn't that 94 or something like that, or 90s? But that was really at that point just kind of you get Matthew McConaughey. It was
the 90s. It was really? 90. It was 90. No, give me 1 second.
Now, why? Let me ask you to go into that. Why do you think they did that movie? I mean, you get some actors. Some actors don't want to touch horror. Like, I mean, or they'll look back in it. Like, for example, the girl on Friends, Jennifer Aniston. She was in Leprechaun. And sometimes they don't want to look back at those roles. Like Kevin Bacon was in Tremors, but he did, I thought it was a good movie, good role for him. Stir of Echoes was really good. But for Matthew McConaughey, who you really wouldn't kind of put in that horror genre, do you think that's a movie that he just wanted to really see if he could kind of like branch out, or I mean, what do you see with that? Did you like the performance?
His performance was pretty good, but I honestly saw this just as a money grab, on the name alone, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, trying to, make money off of the genre, and then people attaching their names to it simply to, cash in on the popularity of the genre. Obviously, not as successful the film, but that's more of the movie made mostly to make money off of it and try to spark interest again, but you know. The
Yeah, I
'90s was
just
a lot.
it,
Even the Final Nightmare or whatever, something like that. Jason Goes to Hell. They all
yeah.
ride on '90s, just trying to let's cash in on the '80s films, and '70s and
Yeah.
'80s.
So LJ, we're just kind of dissecting Texas Chainsaw Leatherface with some of the movies, like the third one. We're talking about with Renee Zellweger and Matthew McConaughey. Your thoughts on that movie per se? Like which one was your is number one your favorite? I mean, is that your favorite? Leatherface, Texas Chainsaw movie.
Sorry, are you asking me or the chat?
Robert, I'll ask you.
Yeah. No, my favorite Leatherface actually is the 2003 remake Leatherface. I really enjoyed that. I just think between that and obviously I put the original set out. You can never touch the original, but the best portrayal I think after that was Andrew Leap. I can never pronounce his last name, but him as Leatherface, he did a good job. The build, it's like doesn't look like he's muscular, but he looks kind of he looks overweight, but he's actually still agile. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna say the 2003 remake one is my favorite, next to Gunnar Hansen. After Gunnar Hansen because he's number one, obviously.
Dallas, what is your favorite Leatherface Texas Chainsaw?
Pretty Woman.
Pretty. Do you? But is it so that you like? What number did you like? 3, 4? Next Generation.
I mean, out of all of them,
Yeah.
I love part 4 just because of how cheesy and campy it is, and I love the original. I honestly don't really like part 2. I don't really like. I mean, I follow her on Instagram, and I love the actress to death, but
What she played? Rest. What was her name? Something with R or something like that. Rest.
give me
She's
one
in
second.
Hatchet. She actually is in the third Hatchet film, I think.
Yeah.
So LJ, the geek, he said that he's met everyone is talking about in person. And the thing is too, LJ, you're always more than welcome to come on. I know you're a big horror person. If you definitely would love to hear some stories in regards. So definitely, I mean, if you wanted to come on, I could definitely drop you the link. We'd love
Caroline,
to hear some horror
that's
stories.
her name. That's the name, Caroline Williams. Like I love her as an actress. It's just I don't know. There's something about that role I didn't really like. I didn't like how the movie ended. How she pretty much acts like Leatherface at the end, and he's like circling around with the chainsaw on top of the cave, the cliff. It's like, come on now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I wish I would have Gunnar Hansen back today.
Yeah.
Definitely would have been awesome.
So yeah, no. As far as the remake goes, the 2003 remake again, going back to that, they're still updating the idea of, they're traveling, they're gonna go see a concert. I think you really get that sense since it's set also in the '70s that it does it justice. And coming across a farmhouse, getting stuck, and then coming across actually, well, the hitchhiker. And this is different. The way that they updated this, it just makes it a little bit more sinister. Instead of a hitchhiker that is crazy, she just is someone coming that managed to escape.
The Hitcher was a good movie too.
The Hitcher was a good movie. I agree with Ness. Jessica Biel really doesn't belong in a horror movie.
She did a good job.
I mean,
okay,
I
but
like the gore. I love the gore of the remake, but she doesn't portray a final girl very well.
No, but I think also keep in mind this starts coming on the right at the beginning of the change in the horror genre that the final girl isn't necessarily a virgin anymore.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking. Ness brings up a good point. I like the actress. She was already a well-known actor from like Seventh Heaven and shit.
Yeah, I mean it's only for the sex appeal they brought her on, really.
Yeah,
well,
that's not why you should make a horror. You should cast someone in a film. It's for the sex appeal. Like,
well, if you look at some of that, I mean, you look at that'd be something we could talk about.
The
Is
original used unknown actors. The remake obviously used a little bit more known. Well, definitely they're known actors in the remake, but the original all unknown except for Jim Sidow.
yeah, I mean, like, look at the House of Wax remake. You had Chad Michael Murray. You had fucking Paris Hilton in that movie. You had what's his name, Nick Cannon or whatever the hell his name is in that movie. Like, and that movie was not good either.
Yeah, I mean, when you look, in reality, when you look at the horror movies, I mean, they're obviously dealing a lot with, like Friday the 13th. They're dealing with that sex. They're dealing with the teenagers. They're dealing with the partying. They're going to provide, some of that eye candy, the sex appeal in the movies, but they just, they turn around and end up getting killed off. You do have usually the heroine,
The remake has Sweet Home Alabama, so it's awesome.
Yeah.
And I mean,
the movie from the trailer was really creepy.
yeah. I mean, I think, when you look at some of the horror movies, bringing somebody underrated in, somebody that can really, really sell the job, makes it a great movie, because the acting can be really cheesy in some of these movies. So you definitely want to see a strong sense, with that. But other than that, I mean, I don't know. It's just when you look at those films and you look at over the years, like who's played those roles, did you think that the girl in the first film, did a great job? I mean, because she's kind of like that unknown scenario.
Yeah, I think
you
so.
know,
Now she did a great job.
Yeah. So you did say you have okay, LJ, appreciate it. You said that you did have a second quiz, yes?
Yes, I do, and it's ready to go.
Okay. All right. So why don't you go ahead and shoot that over to me?
15 questions on the remake of the 2003 remake of The Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
And we are going to spin a wheel tonight. Hey, DJ Patrick, how are you? We're going to spin the wheel on basically it's for July. Because of some of the shows we've had to kind of pushing back a little bit. But Pete, basically, whenever you win a quiz, how this works is if you win a quiz, sometimes we'll do the top two, sometimes we do top three. You're going to go on to a wheel, and at the end of each month, we'll go ahead and spin the wheel. And if your name gets picked, you're going to win a prize. So we don't know exactly what all the prize is always going to be, but I do get Bambox horror, and sometimes there's some items in there that I want to pass along. And then sometimes there's ones that I want to keep. Like for example, my Halloween signed Halloween Curse of Michael Myers, or I have my Chucky. So
Chucky did it.
Alex Vincent. So I mean, sometimes you have that. And so, those are things that obviously I'm going to keep, for that. Plus, I have my autographed Michael Myers pop, which, obviously going to hang on to. So,
I put the link, and you could share the screen.
all right, let's do that.
Join
Okay,
my
so,
or code 461558.
461558.
LJ chats with Alex a lot. That's cool. Point declared.
Okay, so LJ, we're gonna have to get you to maybe sometime in either next month or definitely at one point in October. Need to have you come on, and would love to pick your brain a little bit and just hear some of your stories. Just have a shoot the shit, and I know you're a big horror guy as well, so definitely would love that.
I'm your friend to the end, Heidi L.
Get moving.
Let's go, guys. Jump in on this.
So here's the other thing too, guys. So we're going to be approaching into the month of September, and so definitely, we have a slate to put down for movies. So if you have something in mind that you'd like for us to cover, that you'd like to see us discuss, and just kind of go from there, definitely you can reach out to me on Instagram. You can reach out to Dallas, Robert. Give us somewhat of an idea, and we'll be able to go from there. Obviously, in October, we're going to dive into like Halloween, Michael Myers. We'll deal with Freddy. We'll deal with a couple of other ones. Now, Trick or Treat, with Sam, we could save that for October, or we can dive into it in September. Whichever. Did it not come out? Did it come out in September when it came out, or was it an October release?
Give me a second. I can find out 1 second.
I know sometimes the horror movies will come out in September.
October 4th, 2009.
The
Okay.
reason we picked Texas Chainsaw Massacre this week is because we just passed the date for which it was set in, so it's August.
Well, let me look at the calendar real quick.
And also one of the other things for some of you guys coming in here that we wanted to mention was the number 74.
We can do. I don't mean to interrupt you. We could do Trick or Treat on the 2nd of October, because that's only 2 days before the 13th anniversary of the release date.
So the first weekend in October?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Put
Yes,
that.
there is an option for the quiz to be read to you.
Yeah, definitely can do that. I just wanted for some of you guys coming in now, like DJ Patrick, LJ the Geek. So one of the things that we were just pointing out with this movie, just kind of a little fun fact. So Gunnar Hansen was actually born in 1947, and Tobe, pronounce his name for me.
Toby Hooper.
Okay, Tobe Hooper. He actually died at the age of 74. So you have that number 4 and 7, and the movie came out in 1974. And then we looked up another fact. I was just trying to find the number 74 and see what I could find. The one thing that I did find was that the word demon is used 74 times in the Bible. So those are just some little tidbits, in regards. So Andrew's saying as long as somebody can link the website in the chat, he can click on it.
It was linked though.
Huh?
We sent the link
Into the chat?
Yep.
Because he would be able to click it.
I'll try again.
Okay. Yeah, you've gotta put the actual link. You can't just do the code. Do the joinmyquiz.com. Like when you're looking at the screen, Robert, the link that's on top, just copy that and put that in. That should work for him.
Try it again.
I see you.
Yep, it's all about parts and bones. Look, it's
I squishy.
no, it's ceramic.
Oh,
It's a velociraptor.
Velociraptor.
It looks like. What else do we have? Got some
Shared it already.
fingers. But yeah, I mean, obviously, Halloween's getting closer and closer. Halloween's always been, my favorite holiday. In regards, I grew up around it. It's a connection for me. My boys enjoy it. So
You should go to Pasadena and record and take pictures from where the film locations were.
the film location.
Yeah. Here's a little fun fact. In the original Halloween, since they filmed in Pasadena and they don't really get falls like they would in the setting, which is in Haddonfield, Illinois, which is actually based off of Haddonfield, New Jersey. But they had to get dead leaves and bring them in bags, and they were limited on leaves. And so every time you see the film in Halloween with the leaves, they had to collect them and basically put them back in a bag. And guess who one of the people that worked on that and whose job it was with those leaves?
LBD.
Robert Englund, who plays Freddy Krueger.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So he's one of those when you see the leaves falling in that movie. He had to pick them all up and spread them all around.
Were you able to do that, Robert?
What was that?
Were you able to?
I
okay,
did.
Ness did it.
Twice.
But because I'm not seeing it in the chat.
I posted it twice.
It's for some reason. Well, we just need to know if Andrew has it. It's the biggest thing.
Yeah. Because when I look at the chat, I don't see.
It is Ness. Yeah. From this side of it, when I'm looking on my phone, it is in there. Ness was able to put it in there. So.
Okay. Yeah. For some reason, like Robert doesn't show up in the chat when he types.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Is the live chat selected?
Yeah, I have it on the live chat. I have it separate. I have it on a separate tab.
Twice.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't see you at all in the chat.
That's weird.
All right. Yeah. So you ready to run it?
Yep.
Let's give Ness.
Hey there, Mitch.
See if Andrew has a chance to get in there.
It's 2-minute warning.
Mitch, sure.
2-minute warning. We will begin.
Mitch just showed up in the chat.
Hello.
Hey, Mitch. How are you, Mitch? Mitch, I don't know if you got that message, that direct message I sent you about the Yoda, the Freddy Yoda. Somebody was selling one. Yeah, so we have so we're just going to do this quiz is on what now again, Robert?
On the 2003 remake of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Okay. And so how it works, guys, if you guys are in the top 3, and usually we don't include the panel, but if you're in the top 3, you go on the name. At the end of this month, we do another wheel spin for a giveaway. We are actually doing one tonight. So we do have some names. Dallas has provided some names. And we will add that to a wheel. And, here's the other thing, too, is sometimes we get a little busy. Sometimes we get a little life gets in the way. So, you guys are getting giveaways, you're getting free stuff, and nothing's wrong with that. And we want to be able to do that for you guys. However, sometimes, with the giveaways, it might take a little longer. But sometimes, too, we want to make sure to give you some good stuff as well. The other thing is let me double check if I want to make sure, Ness, you have a birthday coming up, correct? Oh, Christina Payne. I got caught. Yes, Christina Payne. I forgot to tell you, somebody is selling a Yoda, Freddie Yoda. I must send you the link or and the message. Um, yeah, see, so Mitch did get that. So, um, but yeah, guys, you guys, we love giving giveaways. And it could be in the form of either like a pop, it could be something out of the band box. It could send a card your way to say, hey, look, why don't you go buy something at Target or it'd be kind of cool if like Spirit Halloween had gift cards. I don't know if they do or not, but it'd be kind of cool. I may ask them because they're going to open up very soon. I'm going to see if they do have forms of gift cards. Maybe that might be a possibility, giving something like that away as well. So next Thursday is her birthday. And we've had some birthdays recently as well.
We'll bring a clown to your birthday.
Yes, some balloons, a clown. All right, so we have joinmyquiz.com. Take your best shot with it. Are you ready to run it, Robert? Or
we are ready to rock and roll. Here we go, guys. Starting and 5, 4, 3, 2, quiz. Good luck, everybody.
Yeah, LJ. I think Dallas wants that Hocus Pocus pop too. Did you pre-order that one?
Which one?
He did. He said the Hocus Pocus pop from Spirit Halloween.
The Billy?
Probably the Billy.
Yeah. Robin ordered it for me.
Yeah.
Can you look at the private chat?
I did. I just did it right now.
Okay.
And if you can, I'm actually going to prepare the wheel. So if you have an ability to pull up those names.
I have it. I had it all written down. Is what I had. But I spilled water on that damn paper earlier, so I can't even read it now.
Well, let me. I know I wrote it down too. I just earlier when you had.
It's easier if you link it, isn't it?
So let me just go ahead. Did you run that now? Okay, good. All right. So let me do this real quick. Let me take a look. So I think I wrote that down as well. When you had sent that over.
Damn, I ain't doing good on this at all.
Yeah. Pay attention to that movie.
Yeah, Charlie. I think it's that clown to make it hard for people.
That clown? Let's bring that ambient music back again.
Oh yeah, that's
right. That's not it. That's an ad.
What is going on?
Stupid ads. Here we go, guys. Genre. I hate ads, damn it.
Oh, I think you sent it to me.
What the hell?
Indictment is only one of a series to be handed down as special grand jury investigation. Grave robbing in Texas is this hour's top news story. An informant led officers of the Puerto County Sheriff's Department to a cemetery just outside the small rural Texas community of Butte Verde. Officers there discovered
Fuck this quiz.
Someone's mad.
Damn it. That's why I hate the remake.
But see, said Dallas, you can do it. You can do one and get Robert back next time.
I'm gonna do one next time. Damn it. Fuck, I've only seen the remake like once. I hated it. So
Well, just remember, a lot of you guys are probably in the same boat. So I mean, at the same time, you just try your best and see what happens.
I got 7. I got 5 out of 10 right. I did not do well on this one.
Oh, kind of mainstream did. Yeah, I like the beginning of that way that song goes.
I just don't want you to get hit if the music is too long.
Yeah. And then, like I said, we got to look into the library of movies, that we can play. We were talking about.
Looked into some of the public domain films that we're okay to talk about and show.
Yeah, so public domain films. Is there like a website to go to on that? Is there? You just?
There are films that you can look up.
Okay. I'll start doing that on next week because that's one of the things I'd like to do, guys, as well, is pull up a public domain film that we could play and maybe just, kind of watch a little bit of it. Maybe, not too long, but if you notice, it's interesting. A lot of movies, and I was going to get your thoughts on this, a lot of movies in the 70s, and even probably a little bit early, we're only about like 70, 72, 76 minutes long. Obviously you don't have, huge lengthy film. Do you think for a horror film that it works to keep it within a certain length?
I think it depends on the story. This is how I look with the clown's makeup.
Oh yeah. I mean, do you have a
I would say that it depends on the story. If the story's 3 hours and it's good, then it's good. Back then, I mean, that was it. I just think that after a while, anything longer than 3 hours really becomes just, just like looking at the clock. But it really just depends on the script.
Who is it still going? Is it? I see. Congrats to the 2 winners. Is there more
going? Let's see. The RDW looks like he just stopped. Yep, I guess we get to call it to an end, right?
All right. So who do we have for winners?
We have It's Easier If You Link It. I'm going to take a wild guess at Andrew.
Easier If You Think It.
K.S. Stalker and Totally Mitchin. Mitch in third.
Oh, nice. Okay. So KS Stalker has got to be, I think, K and L, right?
yeah.
Or wait, no, because kind of mainstream said he only missed like at 1. So
the first one.
kind of mainstream's in first.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna write that down. So kind of mainstream. We have Mitch, and who was second?
That is
K Stalker.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's K and L.
And then Mitch.
Okay. All right. So like I said, you
Like
guys
the hardest question was who was the first victim. Most people think it was the hitchhiker, but she got away and then she ended up offing herself. She shot herself. Kemper, the boyfriend of Aaron.
She put the gun in her mouth, right?
Yep. How many automobiles has she hotwired? 2 in the movie. In this movie, Leatherface had an actual name. The last name was Hewitt.
Mailbox, huh?
It was on the mailbox, yes. But they also say it. Jedediah Hewitt, you, blah, 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 something like that. Who did Aaron take with her when she escaped? It was a child, the baby. And no, not Baby Yoda.
I don't remember anything about no baby in this movie.
Someone gets impaled on a meat hook in this film. True or false? The answer is true. It was a guy this time who got his foot, basically, one of his foot from the knee down amputated. She has to a mercy kill him later, Aaron. The movie gave an explanation as to why Leatherface was a murderer. And that was because he had a skin disease. Most people went immediately with the deformity, but he actually grew a skin disease.
So that is a definition of him being a murderer is from a skin disease.
Well, it led to him getting bullied and picked on, and then ultimately killing because he was different.
Did they now? Did they dive into a lot of the backstory?
Yeah, I like to. What do you mean? In a sense, the prequel does.
Yeah.
Now this scene, I remember just giving me the chills because it was like this is what I talk about drama. Like it's little parts of the story that make it interesting, but when Kemper is being hauled up after he is killed because he gets hit in the head with a sledgehammer in this one, but it's subtle. He drops a ring, and then you get this like dark. Oh my God, he was gonna propose to Aaron. What makes the story more dramatic and more, you feel bad for him. I think that those little subtle things make these stories interesting.
Okay.
The chainsaw was taken by police after the murders. Yes, if you remember at the beginning, there's police footage, and they actually show the chainsaw being put in the evidence room. Sheriff Hoyt was played by the famous actor from Full Metal Jacket. Gunnery Sergeant Hartman was played by R. Lee Ermey. Rest in peace.
Yeah, I loved him in Full Metal Jacket. Just before you go through, like, I remember watching that movie, and when he would come in and it started dressing everybody, I mean, we just busted up laughing. I mean, we had to rewind it probably like 10 times. I mean, it was just hilarious.
He improvised that. In fact, it's like the first 45 minutes of that movie, Full Metal Jacket's its own movie.
Yeah.
And then it just goes completely to a different movie. But, great job by R. Lee Ermey. In fact, I believe they even awarded him. He think he went up to I forget what level in the Marines, but he definitely had a rank.
Yeah, great actor.
Obviously, Aaron was portrayed by Jessica Biel. It's not there. Aaron kills Sheriff Hoyt by the end of that movie, played by R. Lee Ermey. Runs him over with the car. Call back to the original, The Hitchhiker. Texas Chainsaw Massacre was based on which real-life serial killer? Ed Gein. Talking about it earlier. There's some of some of the items that he had in his house.
Yeah.
Forks made out of bones, face masks, all the creepiness. The remake has no sequel or prequel. That is false. It has a prequel. Texas Chainsaw Massacre came out, I think, like 3 years later, 2006. And that's it.
Very cool.
Congratulations to the winner.
Nice. Okay, so we'll put you guys down, and like I said, at the end of the month, which is next week, you guys will be added into that. So this is what I have right now, and like I said, it's not a huge deal, but if you're like, hey, I won one of your quizzes, I think I'm on the wheel, let me know. Be honest. Like I said, it's one of those things where we have a list, and between myself and Dallas, we try to maintain that list correctly. And if sometimes you make mistakes, and it's okay. We're in a community. Hey, if we make a mistake, just talk about it. Let us know. I mean, if your name's on there, awesome. Um,
Doesn't he kind of look like Mario? It's a me, Mario.
and so let me go ahead and share the screen real quick for that wheel.
Here we go. Around and away we go.
So let me make this. See if I can make it. All right. So what I have right now is I have Nest down for 4 times. Now, generally, if you win a quiz, if you came in first, second, or third, um, and sometimes we'll do the top 2. Sometimes we say top 3. It's generally either 2 or 3 that we'll do it. Then you're going to go on to the wheel. So this is what we've put down so far. So kind of mainstream, Lori, Lisa Noble, KNL.
You forgot about me, Charlie. I won one of them earlier in the month.
Oh, so Charlie or Robert or
Charlie.
all right, so Charlie. All right, Charlie. Darn it, I was hoping he didn't notice. Yeah, the thing is Ness usually comes in pretty solid, at least being one of the top 3.
Oh, yes.
So she, we usually have about 2 quizzes, and so she makes herself, able to get on the wheel. So that's cool. And then, like I said tonight, you had Mitch, kind of mainstream, KNL, and then so as we get to the end of the month, that's kind of what we look to do, and then hopefully for the month of Halloween, we'll come up with something really, really cool to give out to the winners. So that's something. Maybe it'll be a NECA figure or something really cool. We'll see. And then maybe a little candy treat bag. But other than that, so just want to make sure if there's anybody here in the lineup and you're like, well, wait a minute, I won, and it's fine. Like, just be honest, and being honest is always a good thing, right? Dallas had a list, but he also said that it got wet. I have a little bit of a list, and so we usually have to coordinate, and that's kind of how it works. So, can I get that? Oh, I can't. Oh, you can take your the quiz out, right?
Yeah. It did come out, didn't it?
All right. There we go. Yeah, we'll go ahead and you guys can have naked figures. No, sorry, it's going to be. I got to remember sometimes to project into the laptop. But NECA, like a NECA figure. So. Or maybe you might get something. Holly. So you got your Jason. I really like these figures. I was thinking about looking for a Chainsaw, picking him up. Got your Michael. Oh, Piggy. Got your Freddy.
There he is.
Get moving. And then you got the Chucky. So I really enjoy these type of figures.
Is those the movie Maniacs, or you said NECA?
Those are the NECAs.
Oh, okay.
so I mean, there's a lot of cool ones out there. The hard part is, I mean, at $30 a pop. You know what I mean? So it's like, but the detail is really good.
Yeah,
And
LJ, I thought the same thing. I thought they were from the movie Maniacs. I used to have those when I was little, but I think those are the neck. Yeah, like you said, those are the NECA. I can tell that it's not the movie Maniacs just off of Freddy's glove, because I
yeah,
remember Freddy's glove was really sharp in the movie Maniacs, and I used to stab myself with a toy accidentally.
no, LJ, let's see. Hold on, LJ. Let me pull it. Let me see. I got them a long time ago, so let me see what as a let me
Check it.
see here. It could be. I mean, I like I said, I'm older now, and my memories isn't as good. But let
I
me
think it's
double
better
check
than
something.
the
What are
shoe.
the ones? What are the ones that they just recently come out with? I mean, you have. There's one that's like $12 in Walmart. They're like the little tiny ones.
I remember the fully Ness. I remember the pull string Freddy. Want to play skin the cat? I used to love that one. That was from like Spencer.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the movie Maniacs. Okay. Yeah. So here's the thing. So yeah. So the movie Maniacs was also the Todd McFarlane. So that's because when you're saying movie Maniacs, what I'm thinking of is the ones that are just out now in the Walmart. Remember Dallas, you were saying earlier, they were like you
That's
said that.
NECA. Toonie Terrors is what those are called.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. So those little things. I mean, I was kind of thinking of, but so these are actually movie Maniacs. So very good, very good. Okay, I got it wrong, but
Remember the door.
um, they're still good, detailed characters. I've had them for a while. I mean, I enjoy them. Um, they've maintained and held. I know there's other ones out there, but see, what's the difference? There's movie Maniacs. Um, what's the difference then between a Todd McFarlane and a NECA?
Movie Maniacs came out a while ago, and NECA's
When those came out, I had the Jason one too, and if you took his mask off, it was really detailed underneath.
yeah,
It was,
the NECA figures didn't get as detailed still until they started coming into the boxes like you see nowadays.
yeah, that's definitely not the movie Maniacs because that's not what it looked like.
Yeah, that's a NECA.
At the NECA. Let me see the Freddy glove. I can tell just off of that because I distinctly remember what it looks like.
That's let me
No,
see. Does his arm bend? No.
does it?
Okay, that's a movie Maniac. That's a movie
Yeah,
Maniac.
yeah.
The NECAs are the ones that have the bendable arms. That's a NECA. I mean, that's a movie Maniac.
The arms are movable.
The ears would be underneath the shoe. Look under the shoe.
Oh, okay. Well, it's all dirty. It's still kind of hard to see.
Yeah, that just based off of the hair looks like a movie Maniac. Because I used to have the Scarface Chucky with Tiffany. Yeah, it's hard to
Yeah,
tell. The
the
other one.
two-pack one.
Look at the Freddy underneath his foot, and that's how you can tell. Do you see a year? Because it's hard to tell from here.
Yeah, I can't
No,
tell,
it's too.
Eric. I'm blind.
I know it's too hard. Well, the lighting I have is not as good the other way, but
Yeah,
it's
that movie Maniac is a 2-pack that came with Tiffany at Chucky.
Yeah, I think I have it in storage somewhere.
oh yeah. I think Tiffany, I have her somewhere too, somewhere around. So okay, all right.
Yeah. The 2-pack though was a scarred face.
Well, and that's why as a horror crew, we all figure it out. No big deal. All right, so let me go ahead and pull.
Is it time for the wheel?
Mm-hmm.
Yay!
All right. Here we go. So I got Ness, kind of mainstream, Lori from Nightshade, Lisa Noble, Kano, and Charlie. Does that sound about right to you, Dallas? Anybody that you can think of off the top of your head that? And I have them written down for this month, so I mean that'll be squared away in that sense. But I just wanted to make sure.
I'm pretty sure that's everyone.
Yeah, I mean that's because I know. I was trying to. We didn't really do a quiz on. Yeah, we did do a quiz with the dead skeleton. I was just trying to think, reviewing back a little bit, but that's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here we.
Are
So
you doing first off, last off? What are you doing?
A good question. Wow. So interesting.
First and last.
Well, how many giveaways are you doing, Eric?
Okay, I'll tell you what, real quick. Why I grabbed something. I want to make sure what I have real quick because I want you guys to see that. So why don't you guys just give? Why I'm just looking real quick. Why don't you guys talk about? Give us. Oh, let's get into the second part of the championship. Why don't you guys keep tabs on that? So you got Victor Crowley and Hellraiser. So you guys chat. Who do you guys think? LJ the Geek.
Dead Skeleton is supposed to be on this too.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Dead Skeleton's on it.
I just remembered. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, he did win one.
And I mailed him out his prize, so he's should be excited that he got that. All right. So yeah. So chat. You guys decide. Victor Crowley or Hellraiser. So you guys, Dallas, Charlie, take it away.
You got it. So Victor Crowley or Hellraiser. Dallas, what are your thoughts on that one?
I feel like Hellraiser would probably win that one.
Yep, I was gonna go with Hellraiser too. Pinhead.
Pinhead, yeah. Guys, think Pinhead. Let's just call him Pinhead.
Pinhead.
Don't call him Hellraiser. Let's name the movie. Alright, so we got, let's see here. Give me a second. Pinhead. Victor. So we have
LJ and KNL, Ness, and DJ all say Pinhead.
Okay, so we got 4 for Pinhead. 5. So we have 6 for Pinhead. 7.
I think it's him by a landslide.
Yeah, it's Pinhead. Okay, so Pinhead won that one. All right.
Okay, so now it's gonna be Pinhead and Leatherface.
Pinhead and Leatherface. Ooh. I still think Pinhead.
Yeah, that's true.
Why? Why do you guys think that?
Though, I will say this, that perhaps there could be a Pinhead attempts to grab him with the hooks, but rips off the skin suit instead. And then all of a sudden Leatherface has the advantage. So I'm just gonna go with Leatherface on this one. In honor of his night tonight.
Okay. So
chat.
Oh, we got 1 vote for Victor Crowley, but that's all right. So Ness is saying Pinhead. You're saying Leatherface. I'm going Pinhead. LJ saying Pinhead. Andrew saying Pinhead. So that's 4 for Pinhead, 1 for Leatherface so far.
All right. So I have. All right. So.
Okay.
You will have choice between three things.
Oh.
There's two winners. We're going to do first and last.
Awesome.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, how many total people we have on the wheel?
We have 1, 2, 3,
7.
4,
7, unless you
5,
want to count Ness more than once.
6. No, there's 7 exactly. Because you have Dead Skeleton, Charlie, K&L, Ness, Lori, Kinda, and Lisa Noble. So that's 7.
All right. So you're going to have your choice. So you're going to have this, not Victor Crowley, but Jason Voorhees chain. Okay. You will have this collectible pin.
Ooh, that's from 13 Ghosts. I know that much.
Oh.
That's a Pennywise one.
Okay. So at least that'll give you two options either way you look at it. So
Yeah.
LJ to get 13 Ghost Rocks. LJ, do you get the band box, the horror band box? The lawnmower one. Awesome. So like I said, as we get into the month of September, guys, I mean, hey, we can even bring up more than one movie, like if they're kind of on a smaller scale, to go into. Like you can do the Omen, Children of the Corn. I mean, there's a lot of movies that we can do. So it just depends. You guys are always here and supporting, and I definitely want to give you guys something to talk about. It's a lot of fun. Okay, so we had Hellraiser and Leatherface. So what did we come up with? Did anybody chime in on that?
Yeah, we got mostly all Pinhead.
Pinhead, yep.
Okay. All right, so so Hellraiser would come out on top. Okay. Well, we're going to do that in the month of October. We're going to create a tournament style. We're going to bring in some horror guys, and we're going to see if we can get the computer to generate the seedings and the matchups. And then we're going to vote based on that throughout the month and see who we end up winning, the overall tournament. And, we'll see if we can get some of those matchups, that you guys were talking about earlier, like Jigsaw and Hannibal Lecter, maybe Chucky and Leprechaun, I mean, just kind of give us some suggestions of some of the characters you'd like to see in there. Okay. So, all right, without further ado, I am going ahead and shuffle it. So, Mr. Dallas, how many times should we shuffle it?
13.
Show the screen.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Make sure you hit the audio, share audio.
Yeah, let me do that again. Share screen. Yeah, because we don't want to have any issues not sharing the screen. All right. And did I come up?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
All right, guys. So I'm going to read you the list one more time so everybody knows. So you got Ness, kind of mainstream, Lori, Lisa Noble, Kano, Charlie, Dead Skeleton. Okay. So now here's the thing for any future giveaways, Dallas, anything that we do on the wheel again, do we need to, I want to say this moving forward, it doesn't necessarily have to be today, obviously, but moving forward, should they be present to win?
Moving forward, yes.
Well, and what we'll do is we'll let people know ahead of time that we're doing giveaways. If they know that they're in it, that'll give them an option to stick around. And maybe we'll do that, halfway through or in the beginning. So not everybody's, because I know sometimes not everybody can stay. And I get that.
Yeah. When we do the giveaways, guys, though, we won't be putting it in the title of the Scream streams. You will never see giveaway in the title. Gotta watch
All
to
right.
win.
So here we go. So I'm going to shuffle this bad boy 13 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right. And without further ado, so just so everybody understands, first one gets first choice, and then it'll be the last one. Okay? You guys got that? First winner, last winner. All right. Here we go.
Luck, everybody.
Yeah, good luck, everyone.
Round and away we go.
It's Leatherface.
Ooh, it's Ness.
Yes.
Now, here's
That's nuts.
so here's the other thing that these are things that we need to determine. And guys, hey, look, obviously it's giveaways, and I know Ness is really cool about it, but the other thing we need to determine, panel, is if somebody does win, okay, are they entitled, like if we do something like this again, are they entitled to win a second time? Or, that's one of the things that we should talk about and say, okay, this is the way it should be done. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's something we could talk. That's something we could talk about off screen.
Yeah. So, I mean, that you kind of go from there,
Yeah.
All right. So, Miss Nessie, what?
Wow.
Which item would you like, Ness?
Next week, the birthday girl.
Yeah, LJ makes a good point. She won all the quizzes, so she should be able to win multiple times.
I mean, and that's why, I try to look at the best. Okay, she wants a little Jason?
Yeah.
All right.
Jason keychain.
All right. Sure, Jason. She wants to stand by you. All right, Victor Corrali. That'd be cool if that was one of the movies that you could, play. All right. So now here's the other thing that we do. So if they win, we don't take their name off the wheel, right? They still would stay on.
Yes, they would still stay on.
Okay. Just want to make sure everybody's agreeing on that. All right. So now because now it's going to be the last one standing. So here we go.
Share the screen.
Yeah.
Is it not sharing?
No, you got to take yourself off the.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
I'm not doing it.
I was quick enough.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it?
Yep. Oh, you got it.
Thank you. Okay.
Yep. Oh, sorry, Lori.
One of Ness's names has to come on.
I think it did. Yeah, she only has 3. Oh, yeah, you got to remove one of Ness's names.
I thought so her name gets removed?
Yeah,
she was on there 4 times.
All right.
And she won, so that you got to remove one of hers. Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
All right. Thank you guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. So we're going to go ahead and shuffle this. We're going to go ahead and do, since it was in 74 was the movie, we'll do 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And is the screen shared?
Yes, it's been shared. You're good.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Brother.
Round and away you go.
Oh, sorry, kind of mainstream.
That's all right. But you went on for tonight. You still, like I said, kind of mainstream does it. Oh, look at, hey, Matthew. Well, Matthew, maybe we can get her something else in regards. All right.
Yeah. I forgot about that. It is her birthday. That's why she's not
It
here
was
tonight.
it was today, right?
Yeah, her birthday was today.
Yeah. All right, so here we go.
Sorry, Lisa.
There we go. When I mess it out.
Sorry, Ness.
Bum, bum, bum.
Oh, another mess.
All right. And
Round and around and away it goes.
oh, Sir Charles.
Oh well. Bye.
Oh, it didn't have any chance to remove him. I got to remove his name. It just closed. It didn't remove. Okay. All right. So we are in agreement there with the three that are on there, correct? Everything looks correct?
Yep.
Let's
All right.
get round and around and away they go.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh.
It's down to K&L and a dead skeleton. K&L brought up that skeleton, otherwise you would have won.
All right. So here we go.
The anticipation.
And it's going to be K and L.
And congrats, Chris.
Now.
Here you go. K and L. So
Good job.
there you go.
Pennywise. He said Pennywise.
All right. Penny wise is a penny earned. So penny wise, it is.
Hi, everyone. I don't know why I'm big screen right now. Jesus.
Hello. Did we lose him?
Yep, we lost him.
Oh.
All right.
There he is.
Sorry about that. I was taking out the wheel and I ended up taking that out. Okay. But yeah, so the other thing is too is I'm hoping at the next stream I ordered a couple of things for Halloween and hopefully they come in by then. For our next giveaway too, there'll be some cool things. But as we get closer and closer to October, there's going to be a lot of cool things coming out for Halloween just to kind of showcase and go over and things of that nature. So I'm looking forward to that. Like I said, it is one of my favorite holidays, if not the favorite holiday. in regards. So I'm glad that you guys are here hanging out. Obviously, you guys enjoy horror as well. So once again, Chris, congratulations, and Ness, congratulations. So Chris, make sure and Ness, I have your address, but Chris, shoot me your address again because it's been a while since I've been able to send something your way. So just so I don't have to scroll all the way up. But yeah, LJ, Halloween's favorite holiday. I mean, that's what I love about. There's so much that Halloween has to offer, and if you compare the two holidays, I mean, sure. I mean, Christmas is awesome. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I love being able to watch my boys open up presents, and we go and cut our tree down. Um, sometimes we get snow. So I mean, there's a lot to like about Christmas and being with family and stuff. But just the thing about Halloween, like so much that it offers with haunted houses and the costumes and just the memorabilia stuff and just things you can buy and I mean, there's just a lot to the movies. There's just so much with Halloween. Um, and if they could make it to the point where like I mean I think it'd be cool if they had like some kind of an attraction that was like a Halloween Town 365. And I honestly I truly honestly feel that people would kind of like a Disneyland. I think that people would go, that there's enough people in the world. I think that if it was in the right location, enough people would go to it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what if you had like a different type themes in different parts of the park? You had different type of themes, haunted houses. I mean, if one could be more like ghosts, one could be more clowns. There's different scenarios that you kind of go through, but somehow they connect. So you could go in through the clowns, but you can end up through Chucky, on the other side. So you think that you're in the clowns, but you end up something that would just connect in that regards. And I think, that's something I would enjoy. I know in LA, there's supposed to be a 365 days a year haunted house stuff, like a store that you could buy stuff. So the parks here not open in winter, just what do you mean the parks here? Okay, so the parks here are not open in winter, just got Halloween. Well, I mean, you can have like indoors. I know, for example, in Sacramento, one year they had a mall. They had a whole entire mall gutted out, and they used it as a haunted house, and it's pretty sick. So I think there's ways of doing some things. So King Island in Cedar Point do a Halloween thing every year. So yeah, so LJ, definitely, you reach out to me on Instagram. I want to figure out how we can get you on the show one time. I'd love to be able to do a powwow sit down. Charlie does the Q&A. Isn't that right, Charlie? Doesn't LJ sound pretty interesting?
Oh yeah, I definitely would love to touch base with him.
Yeah. And just kind of get inside his head and find out some of the things that he knows about horror would be awesome. So definitely, Papa Willie. Once again, Papa Willie. I drew a blank. You had a birthday yesterday, and we had a great celebration. So I hope everything went well for your birthday, and definitely Matthew. So we were talking earlier about Victor Crowley,
Yeah.
and then now we have Matthew Cowley. So
Sure, there's a relation there. Plus, we're almost done with your cake, by the way.
yeah. So other than that, we appreciate you guys hanging out and being here. We had a good stream, good long stream. We had a great guy to discuss tonight with Texas Chainsaw Massacre. A lot of films. I definitely was able to see how you guys felt about Leatherface and where he stood in the lore with some of you guys. and I definitely would like to put that tournament together. So that's going to be great. Definitely Ness, chime in on some characters that you think might be on there. And we have that. So you guys have a great weekend. Enjoy.
And
Sunday.
don't mess with the goddamn door. Be careful.
So Sunday we have Sports Pop Talk. I know we got a lot going on with that. So that'll be something I got going on for Sunday. Otherwise, tomorrow I got I got some boxes to basically ship out. I raised Charlie. You're actually somebody that I'm sending boxes to. We were able to sell out our boxes. We did 28 boxes, 28 mystery boxes. They were $15 each, and the money is being raised to go to Stevie B Comics. His son and daughter-in-law are having a hard time with their baby and some other things that are going on with them, and so he has reached out to the community. And I felt really compelled listening. I really wanted to help, and so I raised in the neighborhood about $400. So obviously it'll take a little bit to ship out and stuff like that, but so I'm going to be able to send some money their direction and put that into his PayPal so he can help out his son, and might give him a few more nights at a hotel or whatever they need in regards. So but what about you, Charlie? What's going on with you?
Oh, for us, what are we? Telling about? Should we tell them about tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow we have we're going to be going over the first science fiction film in my stream. We're going to be talking about A Trip to the Moon and George Méliès and some of the early films with special effects. So if you want to learn about the grandfather of special effects, tune in to my channel, Wabasaurus Rex. We're going to be talking about the title, What's Poppin', lesson number 1, introduction to film and this first genre of science fiction. So come on if you want to,
Can we anybody in the link, if you're able to drop Wabasaurus's link to his channel. Like I said, he's growing his channel. He's doing some good things with that now. So any kind of support, definitely appreciate that. Be sure to check him out. He's doing a lot of lives, lately. He's been, with LBD. I know we got that going on. And you're doing some hunts. And then we're hoping in the month of October that Charlie can do a remote, something, maybe do a video of some kind of remote to be able to show. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Live from the cemetery or the Time Darings. So if you're interested, jump in also to if you guys have a chance, watch the movie Hugo. It's a 2006. That movie was the movie Hugo, directed by Martin Scorsese, and then come in and watch that movie. And then tomorrow we're gonna watch some public domain shorts on my channel and discuss them. And that way you guys understand where it all started from, where all special effects and all science fiction film and the first genres of horror came.
Well, you also do like 90s, right? You do 90s stuff.
Yeah, we do a lot of 90s stuff, and we talk about the influence of what influenced stuff from the 90s and how the 90s still has an influence on us now. But tomorrow we're going to mostly be focusing on the first science fiction film and the man George Méliès, who really kicked off the science fiction and the whole fantasy genre. So, if you look at my last video, I do a quick little intro to film and film theory, but tomorrow we're going to specifically talk about, that A Trip to the Moon and the movie Hugo and George Méliès. So.
And I do have a question, Charlie, for Reckless. I want to see if Reckless Pops is able to do this. Okay. So this is a game. Once in a while, we may play this somewhere down the road too. But basically, it's the 5-second rule. So you're gonna have 5 seconds, Reckless. So I'm gonna say go, and you're gonna have to in 5 seconds. And let me get my my timer here real quick because I know I want to see if Reckless can do it. I think he can, but let me just double check with my stopwatch. So I got my stopwatch here. So the question is, all right, it's right here. You're going to name 3 Pac-10 universities. 3 Pac-10 universities. Go. I'm going to give him a 30-second delay. So you get 5 sec. You get a 5-second roll.
The delay.
Let's see if he did it. But I mean, like I said, obviously to be able to play something like that with the chat, it's kind of hard. He said he can't. How about you, Charlie? Can you do it?
Let's see. Take a different one. I can't answer that one.
Okay. Here we go. Name 3 ice cream toppings. Go.
Sprinkles, graham crackers, and Oreos.
Nice. See? NFL all day, not much college for me. Okay, Reckless, I got it.
Same here. Don't feel bad.
Okay, here's one for you right now. Let's see if you can do this okay. And I'm not going to really do the timer, but I'm just going to kind of give it a 5 seconds. Name 3 summer jobs for high schoolers. Go.
Maintenance, working at a camp, and working in a mall.
Now, I think if we did a 5-second, you might have lost that one because it kind of so keep that in mind.
Okay.
All right.
I hear you live, so the others are on a delay.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, Reckless, this is for you. It's going to be in a delay, but here you go. Name 3 penalties in football. Go. That's the thing is waiting on the delay part. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, here for you, Charlie, real quick.
All right.
Your last one, Charlie.
Go ahead.
Name 3 movies with sequels.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Halloween, Nightmare on Elm Street.
Nice. See, Charlie's hard to beat. What we need to do is get somebody.
I don't know why though. I just pictured everyone in the chat from the movie Big Daddy. You give him all the easy ones.
Well, the other thing that I wanted to do tonight that I thought about doing, Charlie, was the Screamer frame game.
Okay.
I wanted to do that at some point. So that's something. So make sure you always have something to draw in at some point down the road. We'll incorporate that when we can. Definitely, if we have guests on, we try to get them involved as well. You know what I mean? So, yeah, he's hard. He's hard to beat. But I know how we can stump him. Charlie, name 3 types of perfume. Go.
Cologne, Chanel, Chanel, Banana Republic. I lost already. You're good. You stopped me. I was going with cologne perfume. I was going to say, all right, Gucci. Do they Gucci? Banana Republic. I don't know.
All right.
Wait, cologne and perfume, like male or female? Does it matter?
Well, it's usually. I think it depends. I mean, cologne would be male, right? And then perfume is for female, right?
I kind of hesitated because I wasn't sure. I was like, wait a minute, I'm naming colognes.
Yeah. So I mean, generally you have. Oh, here's one for you, Charlie. Let's see if you're. Let's see if you're smart, bud. Let's see if we can get this. Putting you on the spot here. All right, Charlie. Name 3 countries in the Northern Hemisphere. 3 countries in the Northern Hemisphere.
Canada, U.S., and England.
See, there you go. See, Charlie's on it. It's never easy to beat a dummy. All right, but we appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out and having some fun. But that is one of the things, if you guys enjoy that, that's one of the things I do want to do is the Scream or Frame game. I want to try to incorporate some more games, as we play. So there's a lot of things to do in the stream. We're not just doing quizzes and that's it. We want to make sure that we kind of open it up to a couple of things. So, hey, shoot us some suggestions. You guys have some ideas. And, also, you guys are always more than welcome to come on. It's an open door policy. So even if you wanted to come on for a half an hour and shoot the shit, not a problem. So just let us know. Like I said, Andrew, you're more than welcome to come on. Chris, Reckless, Joey, you guys are always more than welcome to come on. So we're all family, and that's the main goal, is to just realize that when we come out here to hang out, it's all about fun. So
we
thanks
want
again.
A slice of your thoughts. Just a little slice.
Get moving. You just can't keep a good guy down. All right, guys. You guys have a good one. Everybody be safe this weekend. Just go hug a loved one. Just go tell somebody, they make you happy. If you see somebody in the store, just tell them. Say, hey, have a good day. Just remember, it all comes our way. Karma. Have a good day.
And
all right, guys.
One more thing.
Yeah.
Just because it fits in your mouth doesn't mean it belongs there. Goodbye.
Scare you later.